Rosmerta operates across 5 core areas: identification, compliance services, connected electronics, vehicle care and sustainability. Identification solutions, high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security. Smart card-based DL plus RC solutions, over 200 million cards issued, revolutionizing identification in India. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks, precision without human intervention. RTO services, streamlining the customer journey. Connected electronics, intelligent transport management systems, ITMS, revolutionizing public transport, logistics, and more. Sensorize, leading in embedded subscriber identity module, eSIM. Vehicle Care offers comprehensive services including repairs, automated inspection, accessories, and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility, RVSF, streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, ROS Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency. Pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Rosmerta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility.
Mean vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a sunrise industry and we have a head start. We have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for the battery recycling. The first facility which we have put up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass. And our shredding plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally. Our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on one country capabilities, we very, very uncomfortable for everybody else. And that is where the opportunity lies. And we see a tremendous growth for ourselves, not only in India, but in Western world also.
From the cathodic black mass, we can extract all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel manganese cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide, and LMFP, which is another version of the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Factory embodies the essence of what Rubabin is, which is a expert in hydrometallurgy technology. We have extended it to a battery black mass. Rubabin, as a company, has been supplying chemicals across the globe. We source from almost every continent and we supply to every continent. We have over 300 customers in our portfolio for various chemicals, and battery is going to be no different, where we will be able to fulfill not only the product requirements, but also the documentation, the statutory approvals, the transit requirements, which are increasingly more in these kind of products. Each customer in battery is going to have his own patented technology, wanting a specific profile of the product. And I think Rubabin is completely fit to deliver that quality based on its past performance and not just about a promise to do that.
There is a continuous research happening because we are in the waste recycling industry. Our feeds are not consistent. So based on our bench scale experimentation and subsequent piloting, we are able to develop processes and take that process into the commercial plant. Even we report our sustainability numbers. We report our carbon emission in the production of our product, and we have taken target of LCA for all our products in the catalyst recycling as well as in the lithium-ion battery recycling.
So when our customers from Japan and from Europe and from USA or suppliers, they visit us, they are very, very surprised because they have an impression about the Indian facilities, the way the safety standards or environment standards or even plain simple look of the plant. They get very, very surprised. And we do get compliments that probably this is the best facility we have seen anywhere in the world, which is very, very heartening, and which is what motivates keep doing this, because there is a risk of doing it well. The only risk, it can become expensive. And we have realized that it is not necessarily expensive. In fact, doing it right in the long term would be cheaper.
Cross-Merta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Cross-Merta Technologies has emerged as a driving force in the automotive technology landscape. Meet Karn and Karthik are visionary leaders who have transformed Cross-Merta into a tech powerhouse. Cross-Merta operates across 5 core areas: identification, compliance services, connected electronics, vehicle care and sustainability. Identification solutions. High Security Registration Plates (HSRP), a tamper-proof solution for national security. Smart card-based DL plus RC solutions, over 200 million cards issued, revolutionizing identification in India. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks, precision without human intervention. RTO services, streamlining the customer journey. Connected electronics, intelligent transport management systems, ITMS, revolutionizing public transport, logistics, and more. Sensorize, leading in embedded subscriber identity module, eSIM. Vehicle Care offers comprehensive services including repairs, automated inspection, accessories, and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility (RVSF), streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, ROS Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency. Pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Rosmerta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility. Rosmerta, a name synonymous with
Superman's vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a sunrise industry and we have a head start, We have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for the battery recycling. The first facility which we have put up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass. And our shredding plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally. Our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on one country capabilities, we very, very uncomfortable for everybody else. And that is where the opportunity lies. And we see a tremendous growth for ourselves, not only in India, but in Western world also.
From the cathodic black mass, we can extract all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel manganese cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide, and LMFP, which is another version of the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Factory embodies the essence of what Rubamin is, which is a expert in hydrometallurgy technology. We have extended it to a battery black mass. Rubamin, as a company, has been supplying chemicals across the globe. We source from almost every continent and we supply to every continent. We have over 300 customers in our portfolio for various chemicals, and battery is going to be no different, where we will be able to fulfill not only the product requirements, but also the documentation, the statutory approvals, the transit requirements, which are increasingly more in these kind of products. Each customer in battery is going to have his own patented technology, wanting a specific profile of the product. And I think Rubamin is completely fit to deliver that quality based on its past performance and not just about a promise to do that.
There is a continuous research happening because we are in the waste recycling industry. Our feeds are not consistent. So based on our bench scale experimentation and subsequent piloting, we are able to develop processes and take that process into the commercial plant. Even we report our sustainability numbers. We report our carbon emission in the production of our product, and we have taken target of LCA for all our products in the catalyst recycling as well as in the lithium and battery recycling.
So when our customers from Japan and from Europe and from USA or suppliers, they visit us, they are very, very surprised because they have an impression about the Indian facilities, the way the safety standards or environment standards or even plain simple look of the plant. They get very, very surprised. And we do get compliments that probably this is the best facility we have seen anywhere in the world, yeah. Which is very, very heartening and which is what motivates keep doing this, because there is a risk of doing it well. The only risk, it can become expensive. And we have realized that it is not necessarily expensive. In fact, doing it right in the long term would be cheaper.
Cross-Merta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Ross-Merta Technologies has emerged as a driving force in the automotive technology landscape. Meet Karn and Karthik are visionary leaders who have transformed Ross-Merta into a tech powerhouse. Ross-Merta operates across five core areas: identification, compliance services, connected electronics, vehicle care and sustainability, identification solutions, high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security, smart card-based DL plus RC solutions, over 200 million cards issued, revolutionizing identification in India, microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security, compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks, precision without human intervention, RTO services, streamlining the customer journey, connected electronics, intelligent transport management systems, ITMS, revolutionizing public transport, logistics and more. Sensorize, leading in embedded subscriber identity.
Attention everybody. Wish you a very good morning. So Dr. Amandeep Garg is arriving. So kindly be seated. Thank you.
Accessories and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility, RVSF, streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, Ross Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency. Pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Ross-Merta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Ross-Merta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility.
I mean, vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a sunrise industry and we have a head start. We have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for the battery recycling. The first facility which we have put up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass. And our shredding plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally. Our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on one country capabilities, we very, very uncomfortable for everybody else. And that is where the opportunity lies. And we see a tremendous growth for ourselves, not only in India, but in Western world.
From the cathodic black mass, we can extract all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel manganese cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide, and LMFP, which is another version of the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Factory embodies the essence of what Rubabin is, which is an expert in hydrometallurgy technology. We have extended it to a battery black mass. Rubabin, as a company, has been supplying chemicals across the globe. We source from almost every continent and we supply to every continent. We have over 300 customers in our portfolio for various chemicals. And battery is going to be no different, where we will be able to fulfill not only the product requirements, but also the documentation, the statutory approvals, the transit requirements, which are increasingly more in these kind of products. Each customer in battery is going to have his own patented technology, wanting a specific profile of the product. And I think Rubabin is completely fit to deliver that quality based on its past performance and not just about a promise to do that.
There is a continuous research happening because we are in the waste recycling industry. Our feeds are not consistent. So based on our bench scale experimentation and subsequent piloting, we are able to develop processes and take that process into the commercial plant. Even we report our sustainability numbers. We report our carbon emission in the production of our product, and we have taken target of LCA for all our products in the catalyst recycling as well as in the lithium-ion battery recycling.
So when our customers from Japan and from Europe and from USA or suppliers, they visit us, they are very, very surprised because they have an impression about the Indian facilities, the way the safety standards or environment standards or even plain simple look of the plant. They get very, very surprised. And we do get compliments that probably this is the best facility we have seen anywhere in the world, which is very, very heartening and which is what motivates keep doing this, because there is a risk of doing it well. The only risk, it can become expensive. And we have realized that it is not necessarily expensive. In fact, doing it right in the long term would be cheaper.
Hello. Hello. One, two, two. Hello. 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 One, two, two, two. Hello.
Ross Murta, a name.
Hello. One, two, two. Hello. 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 ये नहीं आ रही. हेलो.
ऑडियो ही बंद कर दिया था.
हेलो 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 लेवल तो दिखाई दे रहा है मेरे को प्रॉपर हेलो 1 2 हेलो जब तक खुश नहीं होंगे तब तक कैसे खुश तो करना पड़ेगा जो दे रखा है तो हेलो 1 2 हेलो
Hi, everybody. I request everybody to please be seated.
Vehicle Care offers comprehensive services including repairs, automated inspection, accessories, and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility (RVSF), streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, Ross Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency. Pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Rosmerta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility.
Means vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a sunrise industry and we have a head start. We have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for the battery recycling. The first facility which we have put up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass. And our shredding plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally, our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on one country capabilities, we very, very uncomfortable for everybody else. And that is where the opportunity lies. And we see a tremendous growth for ourselves, not only in India, but in Western world also.
From the cathodic black mass, we can extract all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel, manganese, cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide, and LMFP, which is another version of the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Factory embodies the essence of what Rubamin is, which is an expert in hydrometallurgy technology. We have extended it to a battery black mass. Rubamin, as a company, has been supplying chemicals across the globe. We source from almost every continent and we supply to every continent. We have over 300 customers in our portfolio for various chemicals, and battery is going to be no different, where we will be able to fulfill not only the product requirements, but also the documentation, the statutory approvals, the transit requirements, which are increasingly more in these kind of products. Each customer in battery is going to have his own patented technology, wanting a specific profile of the product. And I think Rubamin is completely fit to deliver that quality based on its past performance and not just about a promise to do that.
There is a continuous research happening because we are in the waste recycling industry. Our feeds are not consistent. So based on our bench scale experimentation and subsequent piloting, we are able to develop processes and take that process into the commercial plant. Even we report our sustainability numbers. We report our carbon emission in the production of our product, and we have taken target of LCA for all our products in the catalyst recycling as well as in the lithium-ion battery recycling.
So when our customers from Japan and from Europe and from USA or suppliers, they visit us, they are very, very surprised because they have an impression about the Indian facilities, the way the safety standards or environment standards or even plain simple look of the plant. They get very, very surprised. And we do get compliments that probably this is the best facility we have seen anywhere in the world, which is very, very heartening and which is what motivates keep doing this, because there is a risk of doing it well. The only risk, it can become expensive. And we have realized that it is not necessarily expensive. In fact, doing it right in the long term would be cheaper.
One, two. Can we have huge round of applause for our Honorable Minister? Thank you so much. Thank you. So So ladies and gentlemen, good morning and a very warm welcome to the Waste, Recycling and Climate Change 2025 Conclave here at the India Habitat Center, New Delhi. Today, we gathered to discuss one of the most important and timely issues of our time, the intersection of waste recycling and climate change. Moving ahead, everyone. So, yes, everyone, I kindly request Mr. Ashok to please move forward and greet our Honorable Minister. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. और तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए. अपना कीमती वक्त निकाल के हमारे मिनिस्टर साहब हमारे बीच पधारे हैं और ये हमारे लिए बहुत ही गर्व की बात है कि आज वो हम सभी के बीच है. मैं रिक्वेस्ट करूंगी मिस्टर प्रवीण भार्गवा जी से प्लीज मूव फॉरवर्ड एंड गिव हिम द टोकन ऑफ रिस्पेक्ट फ्रॉम आवर साइड. कैन वी हैव हिम? जोरदार तालियां. Thank you so much. Thank you. And now we have a special memento for Sir. I kindly request Dr. Hota, please join us. And once again, a big, big round of applause, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. So कहते हैं किसी भी कार्य की शुरुआत हम ऊपर वाले को याद करके करते हैं. तो चलिए आज के दिन का, आज के समा का आगाज भी ऊपर वाले को याद करते हुए we are moving ahead with our lamp lighting ceremony, everyone. We now request the Honorable Minister to kindly perform the ceremonial lighting of the lamp to mark the beginning of this important event. बहुत ही सुंदर दिन, बहुत ही खूबसूरत समा और मिनिस्टर साहब आज हम सभी के बीच हैं और हम लोग सभी आगे बढ़ते हुए लैंप लाइटिंग की ओर. बहुत ही सुंदर, बहुत ही उम्दा और इसी के साथ आज के भव्य दिन का आगाज होता हुआ सो मच. एक बार फिर से जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं. थैंक यू सो मच. थैंक यू. और इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए to officially kick off today's event, I am honored to invite Dr. Ashok Kumar, the president of REIAI, vice chairman of Greenscape Eco Management Private Limited, who is a chartered accountant with extensive experience in finance, corporate affairs, and the chemical industry. He's a key contributor to India's e-waste recycling sector and advocates for circular economy practices. I kindly invite him to deliver the welcome remarks. Can we have once again big round of applause for him, everyone?
Honorable Union Minister Ministry of Environment and Forest and Climate Change, Dr. Amandeep Garg, Chairman CPCB, and respected dignitaries, and ladies and gentlemen. We are very extremely happy to welcome our Honorable Minister, sir. Truly, we are blessed to have your presence, sir. Today, this conclave is focused on waste recycling and aims on building our advanced recycling capabilities for maintaining our critical raw materials reserves as a nation. You know that the supply chain is always disrupted, and that's why the waste resource will become a very important in supply chain. Recycling, as you know, supports our environment as waste is diverted from ending up landfills and creating green metals and green jobs. You will be happy to know that our recyclers who are SME and MSME have employment of over 50,000, and with your good self initiatives by bringing one of the best EPR portals and EPR rules, which was brought in 2016 and amended in 2020 under our Honorable Minister. The platform engages industry leaders, policymakers, recyclers to collaborate for making a country focused approach towards recycling and circular economy. You know, till 2016, we were not knowing about the recycling. We were all called as a kabadiwala or dismantlers. And it is the initiative of our Honorable Minister since 2016 and afterwards 2020, we have been recognized as recyclers, and we are very happy to know that we are now a manufacturing industry. The EPR portal, which has little glitches in beginning, but now it is running. And because of the Honorable Minister's initiatives and the CPB and MOEF has brought one of the best portal, which is now absolutely working in good form. And 92% of the targets in the last year has been fulfilled under this new portal, sir, and which the green metals to the extent of 300,000 tons of the metals has been recovered from the resource, which is always called as e-waste. I am also thrilled to share the Honorable Minister's efforts are not just restricted to environment industry, but goes far and beyond for a fit lifestyle. This month, Honorable Minister Sir has organized in his constituency, which is called Alwar, and हमारे अलवर के सांसद साहब ने वो काम किया है जो कि हम लोग आपसे बाद में डिस्कस करेंगे. More than 12,000 people from all walks of life has come together at 6 o'clock, and our Honorable Minister on 9th of February was there at 6:30 to encourage all the participants, and particularly he has been bringing the people who are differently abled, and he has brought first time in the Tiger Marathon run. So we are grateful to him for supporting the differently abled members, and he was running to give the awards, not only the awards, and meeting the differently able people by himself, and he has run and reached to them when they have won their race. So we are really grateful, and his this effort has played a lot of role in development of अलवर, एंड हम अलवर सांसद का एक बारी बहुत शुक्रिया अदा करते हैं और आप सबसे रिक्वेस्ट करते हैं कि एक बहुत जोश से उनका स्वागत करें. तो हम लोग इसके लिए आपके बहुत आभारी हैं. आप जानते हैं कि बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव सर ने लिए हैं, ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर सर ने, जिसमें से कि मैं एक बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट इनिशिएटिव जो सर ने लिया है लाइफ के ऊपर और एनवायरनमेंट को प्रोटेक्ट करने के लिए. आप सब लोग ट्रेवल करते हैं अपने प्लेन्स में, और आप देखेंगे कि अब पिछले 2 साल से 1 साल से कोई भी ऐसा प्लास्टिक, सिंगल प्लास्टिक यूज नहीं होता है एरोप्लेन्स में, और आपको कोई भी ऐसी कहीं भी कोई ऐसी सिंगल प्लास्टिक यूज नहीं मिलेगी. तो ये सारा इनिशिएटिव सर का है. एक बारी सर, नाउ approximately 40% of the recycling is happening in an organized sector, which was used to be 20% in 1922. In 3-4 years, with the EPR portal, electronic platform, and bringing the recyclers together with the producers who are coming forward to have a hand-holding with the recyclers, but still a long way to go. But we are very happy and we are really encouraged by the initiatives of our Honorable Minister. I will stop here because we all are here to listen his views on the recycling and other environment matters. Sir, we welcome you, sir, for that, and we are really grateful to you, sir.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. So it's now time to hear from the Honorable Minister, the Union Cabinet Minister of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, as he addresses us and shares his valuable insights. It is my honor to introduce our distinguished chief guest for today's event, the Union Cabinet Minister for Environment, Forest and Climate Change, a seasoned politician and a Supreme Court lawyer. Sir has represented the people of Alwar in the Lok Sabha and has previously served in the Rajya Sabha. Since assuming office as minister in 2021, he has been a strong advocate for global environmental action. Let's welcome him all together, everyone. और इतनी कम तालियां नहीं, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए। भव्य भव्य स्वागत सर का आज हम सभी के बीच पधारे हैं।
मंच पर उपस्थित डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार जी, प्रेसिडेंट रिसाइकिल और एनवायरनमेंट इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया, हमारे सीपीसीबी के चेयरमैन श्री गर्ग साहब, यहाँ पर उपस्थित सभी रिसाइकलिंग इंडस्ट्री के प्रमुख पदाधिकारीगण, लेडीज एंड जेंटलमैन, मैं जब इसका उद्घाटन कर रहा था तो जो मंच संचालन कर रहे थे उन्होंने कहा सबसे पहले ऊपर वाले को याद करेंगे। फिर उन्होंने बताया कि ऊपर वाला दीपक में रहता है, ऊपर वाला जहाँ स्वच्छता होती है वहां रहता है। और इसलिए ऊपर वाले को याद करने का अर्थ ये होता है अपने मन को साफ रखो, अपने शरीर को साफ रखो, अपने घर को साफ रखो, लेकिन अपने गांव और शहर को भी साफ रखो। मैं कल परसों अपने अलवर के ग्रामीण क्षेत्र के दौरे पे था, तो मैंने एक जगह अपनी गाड़ी को रोका और जो मेरे साथ चल रहे थे गांव के पंचायत के लोग, उनको मैंने कहा देखो 2 क्रिएशन देखो। उन्होंने कहा जी 2 क्या है? मैंने कहा देखो ये इस समय हमारे वहां सरसों आती है, तो मैंने कहा ये देखो सरसों की चादर है, हरी भरी प्रकृति है, पीले फूल है, और ये आपके बगल में देखो गांव में घुसते ही प्लास्टिक का ढेर है, ये आपका क्रिएशन है, वो ऊपर वाले का। और मैं कई बार कहता हूं कि चीजों को बहुत बड़ी बातों से नहीं सीखना चाहिए, अपने आसपास की घटनाओं से सीखना चाहिए। जब मैं सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की बात करता हूं तो मैं बहुत बड़े साइंटिफिक एग्जाम्पल नहीं दे रहा हूं, लेकिन नेट जीरो का अगर सबसे बड़ा हमारे सामने कोई एग्जाम्पल है तो नेचर ही है। आप बताइए कि नेचर में पेड़ पे कोई फल उगता है, मान लीजिए उसको आधा पक्षी ने खा लिया, नीचे गिर गया, बीज बन जाएगा, लेकिन वो परमानेंट नहीं सड़ेगा, खाद बन जाएगा, उसके बाद फॉसिल फ्यूल में चला जाएगा। हजारों वर्ष के इस पूरे परिणाम में नेचर अपनी हर चीज का रिसाइकलिंग करती है। मैं जब एक बार यूएनडीपी की डायरेक्टर से मिला और मैंने उन्हें प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन उनके सामने रखा, मिशन लाइफ का। हमारी चर्चा का विषय था कि सरकारों के द्वारा मिटिगेशन मेजर्स तो होते ही हैं, सोसाइटियों के द्वारा एडेप्टेशन प्रैक्टिसेस भी की जाती हैं, लेकिन व्यक्ति को अपने जीवन में भी एनवायरनमेंट के प्रति सतर्क रहना चाहिए और इसलिए हमें एनवायरनमेंट फ्रेंडली लाइफस्टाइल को अपनाना चाहिए। वापस से रिसाइकल, रीयूज इस पर जाना चाहिए, क्योंकि जब चीजों का प्रोडक्शन छोटे स्तर पे था तो हमारी आदत थी टेक, मेक एंड डिस्पोज, और चली भी डिस्पोजेबल चीजें बहुत, लेकिन ये डिस्पोजेबल चीजें ही कचरे का अंबार बन गई। डिस्पोजल ग्लास माने, डिस्पोजल थैली माने, ये जो डिस्पोजेबल आइटम हमने बनाए यही कचरा बन गया। तो जब मैं उनसे जिक्र कर रहा था तो उन्होंने कहा कि मैं आपके प्रधानमंत्री जी का विजन समझ गई हूँ, नेचर हमको जो कुछ देती है वो प्योर देती है और हम जो रिटर्न गिफ्ट देते हैं वो गार्बेज के रूप में देते हैं। आप मान के चलिए, नेचर ही अगर थोड़ी सी प्रदूषित हवा दे तो आप कहाँ जाओगे? पॉल्यूशन नेचर नहीं करता, हम करते हैं। नेचर ही अगर प्योर वाटर ना दे तो आप कहाँ जाओगे? और इसलिए अब जो जिस प्रकार से दुनिया में प्रोडक्शन चल रहा है उसमें हमें टेक, मेक और डिस्पोज की एटीट्यूड से निकलकर रिसाइकल और रीयूज की ओर जाना पड़ेगा। एक अनुमान किया जाता है, हमारे सीपीसीबी के चेयरमैन हैं, वो ज्यादा विस्तार से बता सकते हैं, कि लगभग हिंदुस्तान में हम 62 मिलियन टन जो वेस्ट है वो वार्षिक धरती को प्रदान करते। इतना ही है। 62 मिलियन माने कितना हुआ?
120 करोड़, 6 करोड़ 20 लाख टन।
टन।
6 करोड़ 20 लाख टन।
कितना बड़ा एरिया लेगा, कितना बड़ा पुनीत कार्य हम कर रहे हैं। और इसलिए सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का अर्थ क्या है? सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी अगर देखा जाए तो अल्टरनेटिव इकोनॉमिक मॉडल भी है। अभी मुझे यहाँ पर बोतल गिफ्ट की गई। मुझे ध्यान है G20 में प्रधानमंत्री जी ने एक जैकेट पहनी थी, वो रिसाइकल वेस्ट से बनी हुई थी। हम सबको एक बार तो प्रधानमंत्री जी को धन्यवाद देना चाहिए कि उन्होंने इस तरह के नवाचार की पहल हमारे को चली कि वेस्ट से अगर जैकेट बने और देश के प्रधानमंत्री उसको पहने तो हमारे लिए संदेश है कि नेचर में वेस्टेज कितनी कम करनी चाहिए या रीयूज कैसे करना चाहिए। और इसलिए जो अल्टरनेटिव इकोनॉमिक मॉडल है ये हम सब लोगों के लिए आवश्यकता है। ये एक सिस्टमेटिक शिफ्ट की ओर हमें सोसाइटी के तरीके को ले जाना होगा। इकोनॉमिक मॉडल होता है तब उसे बहुत तेजी से लोग अपना लेते हैं, और इसलिए जो हम प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, जो हम कंज्यूम करते हैं और जो हम डिस्पोज करते हैं मटेरियल, उनको वापस से रीयूज करके रिसाइकल कैसे किया जाए, यही सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के मूल में है, जो एक बड़ा व्यापार भी खड़ा कर सकता है। डेवलपमेंट के इस पूरे परिदृश्य में पॉलिसी बनाने वाले लोगों के सामने दो बड़े चैलेंजेस हैं। पहला है कि इकोनॉमिक ग्रोथ को कैसे सस्टेन किया जाए, और दूसरा है नेचुरल जो रिसोर्सेज हैं उनको कैसे सेव किया जाए। वरना इतना ही तांबा निकालते रहेंगे, इतना ही धरती से चीजें निकालते रहेंगे तो वापस से कितना रिसोर्सेज को हम खड़ा कर पाएंगे। और इसलिए इसका सॉल्यूशन है कि हमें मटेरियल्स को वापस से रीयूज करना चाहिए, रीजेनरेट जो है नेचुरल सिस्टम को करने का मौका देना चाहिए। अभी कुछ दिनों पहले हमारे बायोडायवर्सिटी की एक इंटरनेशनल कॉन्फ्रेंस थी और साइंटिस्ट की एक रिपोर्ट को मैं पढ़ रहा था। उसमें उन्होंने ये कहा था कि धरती पे तो बहुत सारी स्पीशीज है, सभी का नेचर पे अधिकार है, ओनली ह्यूमन स्पीशीज ऐसी है जो अपने डेली लाइफ को जीने के लिए 50,000 फ्लोरा और फोना की वैरायटीज का इस्तेमाल करती है। हमें खाने के लिए मछलियां भी एक तरह की नहीं चाहिए होती है, 50 तरह की चाहिए होती है। हमें अनाज भी एक तरह का नहीं चाहिए होता है, 50 तरह का चाहिए होता है। हमें कॉस्मेटिक यूज करने के लिए नेचुरल प्रोडक्ट एक तरह के नहीं चाहिए होते हैं, हमें ऑयल एक तरह का नहीं चाहिए होता है। आखिर ये फ्लोरा और फोना का जो इस्तेमाल है ये, और उसके बाद जो हमारा प्रोडक्शन भी होता है, उसको भी हमें कैसे करना चाहिए। इसलिए प्रधानमंत्री जी का जो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का जो विजन है, जिसको लेकर भी हम चलते हैं, ये वास्तव में हमको, अगर देश को जिस 2047 के हम एक विकसित भारत की कल्पना करते हैं, उसमें जो अपने रिसोर्सेज हैं उसको मिनिमाइज वेस्ट करें और मैक्सिमाइज रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी की ओर हम ध्यान दें। एक अनुमान भी किया जाता है कि 2050 तक भारत की जो सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की जो मार्केट वैल्यू होगी वो लगभग 2 ट्रिलियन डॉलर हो सकती है, जो 10 मिलियन जॉब्स को भी क्रिएट कर सकती है। सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी भारत निर्माण की दृष्टि से भी बहुत बड़ा प्रयोग और बहुत बड़ा क्षेत्र हमारे सामने है। बड़ी अपॉर्चुनिटी हमारे सामने है, जिसमें हम रिसाइकलिंग के स्टार्टअप खड़े कर सकते हैं, हम नए बिजनेस खड़े कर सकते हैं, इको फ्रेंडली प्रोडक्ट भी डिजाइन कर सकते हैं। केवल वेस्ट पे नहीं जाना है, अपने इको फ्रेंडली जो प्रोडक्ट है उसके डिजाइन की ओर भी बढ़ सकते हैं। और इसलिए हम 2050 तक 624 बिलियन डॉलर जो है वो सेव भी कर सकते हैं। और जो हमारा बहुत सारा इंपोर्ट पे जो प्रेशर है, विशेष रूप से आजकल तो क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स का बहुत बड़ा स्कोप है, उनका जो रॉ मटेरियल हम इंपोर्ट करते हैं उस पे भी हम निर्भरता कम कर सकते हैं। और जब हम निर्भरता कम करेंगे तो निश्चित रूप से हमारा ये कदम आत्मनिर्भर भारत की ओर जाएगा, जिसमें आप योगदान दे सकते हैं। और इसलिए पिछले बजट में भी आपने देखा होगा कि भारत सरकार ने वेस्ट टू वेल्थ इस नाम के साथ ही अपने प्रोजेक्ट की शुरुआत करी है। ये जो अलग अलग शहरों में जो लैंडफिल के बड़े बड़े अंबार खड़े हो रहे हैं, इससे भी हमें देश को मुक्त करना। मैं तो अभी हिमाचल के वहां मेरे पे 2-3 सांसद आए, अमन जी तो वहीं के हैं। नदी के बिल्कुल जो थोड़ा सा डंप एक एरिया करके इतना नीचे भी इतना उसका रिसाव होता है लैंडफिल के कारण, जमीन के फिर अंडरग्राउंड वाटर, इस सब से हमको मुक्त करना होगा। क्योंकि परमात्मा स्वच्छता में रहता है, स्वच्छता के लिए ही हमें काम करना है। और इसलिए हमारी मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट, फॉरेस्ट और क्लाइमेट चेंज ने जो हमारा काम है कि पॉलिसी इंटरवेंशन कैसे करें, फिलोसफिकल बातों को, प्रैक्टिकल जमीन को और प्रोसीजरल कंप्लायंस को अगर हम एक करेंगे तभी हम एक बेहतर भारत का निर्माण करा सकते हैं। और इसलिए मंत्रालय होने के नाते हम लोगों ने इस सेक्टर में काम करना शुरू किया। सबसे तो पहले तो हमने रिसाइकल्स के इंसेंटिव के लिए काम करना शुरू किया। दूसरा, हमने इनफॉर्मल सेक्टर और फॉर्मल सेक्टर को इंटीग्रेट करने के जो पॉलिसी मेजर्स हैं उसकी ओर सरकार ने ध्यान देना शुरू किया। और इसलिए इन इनिशिएटिव का हमारा उद्देश्य क्या है? वेस्ट को समाप्त करना, रिकवर करने योग्य वैल्यूएबल मटेरियल्स को करना, और जो हमारा नेचुरल रिसोर्सेज है उसका जो डिपेंडेंस है उसको कम करना, एक तरीके से हमारे यहाँ पर जो हमारे मंत्रालय का मोटो भी है, प्रकृति रक्षितः रक्षतः। इफ यू प्रोटेक्ट द नेचर, नेचर विल प्रोटेक्ट यू। पर प्रोटेक्ट करने का अर्थ उसके लिए कहीं बंदूक लेके खड़ा नहीं होना है, अपने एटीट्यूड से प्रोटेक्ट करना है। यही मिशन लाइफ है। एनवायरमेंट फ्रेंडली लाइफ स्टाइल को हमें एडॉप्ट करना है। हम सिविक फ्रेंडली लाइफ स्टाइल की बात करते हैं, हम डेमोक्रेटिक फ्रेंडली लाइफ स्टाइल की बात करते हैं, हम वैल्यू बेस्ड लाइफ की बात करते हैं, लेकिन हम एनवायरमेंटल कॉन्शियसनेस वाली लाइफ स्टाइल की बात नहीं करते। और इसलिए हमारे मंत्रालय ने प्लास्टिक पैकेजिंग को फरवरी 2022 में नोटिफाइड किया, उसके ईपीआर रूल्स को। फिर हमें लगा प्लास्टिक पैकेजिंग के साथ वेस्ट टायर का विषय है, तो वेस्ट टायर के रूल्स को हमने जुलाई 2022 में नोटिफाई किया। फिर हमें लगा जितना इलेक्ट्रॉनिक आइटम्स और बाकी की सारी चीजें बढ़ रही हैं उसमें वेस्ट बैटरीज बहुत है, तो वेस्ट बैटरीज के रूल्स को हमने अगस्त 2022 में नोटिफाई किया। फिर हमको लगा कि अभी जैसी सोसाइटी आ रही है उसमें तो सबने अपने हाथ में मोबाइल ले रखा है, कंप्यूटर ले रखा है, लैपटॉप ले रखा है, और ई वेस्ट के बड़े भंडार खड़े हो रहे हैं, उसकी भी आवश्यकता है। तो हमने नवंबर 2022 में ई वेस्ट के ईपीआर रूल्स को नोटिफाई किया। फिर बहुत ज्यादा ऐसा लगता है कि एक चीज की तरफ हम ध्यान नहीं देते, वो यूज्ड ऑयल है। यूज्ड ऑयल को लेकर के एक ध्यान देने की आवश्यकता थी, वो जमीन को, पानी को, सबको खराब करता है। तो सितंबर 2023 में हमने ईपीआर रूल्स यूज्ड ऑयल के लिए नोटिफाई किए। फिर लाइफ व्हीकल्स जो है, एंड ऑफ द लाइफ व्हीकल्स जो हैं, दिल्ली में तो जो चले गए उनने ऐसा काम करके गए, और मैं कहता भी रहा दिल्ली की सरकार को, जब जो चली गई, अब तो नई सरकार अच्छी आई है, 48 लाख व्हीकल ऐसे घूम रहे हैं जो जिनकी एंड ऑफ द लाइफ हो गई, रजिस्ट्रेशन भी खत्म हो गया, पकड़ने का ही काम नहीं किया, क्योंकि उनका पॉल्यूशन कितना हो रहा है। पर उसके लिए भी हमने रूल्स को नोटिफाई किया, और इसलिए मिनिस्ट्री की तरफ से हमने इसको फैसिलिटेट करने के लिए जो डिफरेंट वेस्ट स्ट्रीम्स हैं वो उस पर रूल्स नोटिफाई करने का अर्थ हमारा ये था कि इस सेक्टर में एक रैपिड ग्रोथ हो सके, जो निश्चित रूप से हमारे एनवायरमेंट प्रोटेक्शन और रिसोर्स कंजर्वेशन में एक महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका अदा कर सके। आप लोग इस साउंड मैनेजमेंट सिस्टम में लगे हो, तो मैं आप लोगों से अपेक्षा करता हूं कि आप तीव्रता के साथ इस काम में बढ़िए। सरकार पूरी तरीके से फैसिलिटेट करने को, सहयोग करने को, रेगुलराइजेशन करने को तैयार है, और आपके कोई सुझाव भी आएंगे मैं लगातार उन सुझाव को भी स्वीकार करूंगा। और इसलिए हमने जो रजिस्टर्ड रिसाइकल है उनके सेल ऑफ ईपीआर सर्टिफिकेट जो है उसमें एडिशनल प्रॉफिट अर्न कर सकते हैं, उसके लिए भी नियम और प्रक्रिया को इजी बनाने की पहल करी है। और ये जो सर्टिफिकेट है ये एक तरीके से मार्केट के रिसोर्सेस को भी मोबाइल कर सकते हैं, और पूरे सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का जो एक्शन प्लान हम लोगों ने करा है उसमें 10 की कैटेगरीज हैं वेस्ट की, जैसे स्क्रैप मेटल्स, टायर एंड रबर, बैटरीज, जिप्सम, म्युनिसिपल सॉलिड वेस्ट, ऐसी 10 प्रमुख कैटेगरीज को लेकर के उनको चिन्हित करने का काम किया है। और ये देश के स्तर पर नहीं, माने प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो G20 जो पूरी दुनिया के सामने एक नजरिया रखा वसुदेव कुटुंबकम का, वन अर्थ, वन फैमिली और वन फ्यूचर, हम सब एक दूसरे के किए गए कार्यों से धरती के भविष्य के फ्यूचर की ओर जुड़े हुए हैं। और इसलिए G20 की रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी और सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी का इनिशिएटिव का भी हमारे मंत्रालय के द्वारा एक डिक्लेरेशन को G20 में मिनिस्टर ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट के साथ प्रोडक्ट किया गया, और इसको रिसोर्स एफिशिएंसी सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी इंडस्ट्री कोलिशन, इसको 27 जून 2023 को एक मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एनवायरनमेंट की तरफ से जो मिनिस्ट्रियल कॉन्फ्रेंस चेन्नई में हुई थी उसमें लॉन्च करने का काम किया था। और ये जो इंडस्ट्री ड्रिवन कोalition जो हमने बनाया था, इसमें 39 कंपनीज 11 देशों से इसमें आई। भारत की भी बड़ी कंपनियां इसके अंतर्गत है, लेकिन हम ये चाहते हैं जैसे आदित्य बिरला ग्रुप, कोको कोला, नेस्ले, यूनिलीवर, मारुति सुजुकी, हमारा यही मानना है कि सबको इस क्रिटिकल क्षेत्र में आकर के विचार करना चाहिए और कोलेशन करना चाहिए। फ्यूचरिस्टिक दृष्टि से देखा जाए तो हमारे देश के व्यापारिक क्षेत्र में भी, इंडस्ट्री के क्षेत्र में भी लगातार कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पे काम हो, उसकी बहुत आवश्यकता है। और इसलिए हमने जो उसमें कॉपरेशन की बात कही थी कि एक तो टेक्नोलॉजिकल कॉपरेशन होना चाहिए, फिर पार्टनरशिप फॉर इम्पैक्ट का असेसमेंट होना चाहिए, और इसको एक बड़े स्केल पे ले जाने के लिए इसके फाइनेंशियल सपोर्ट के प्रोग्राम भी ज्यादा अच्छे तरीके से होने चाहिए। उसके साथ ही साथ प्रधानमंत्री जी की जो सतत स्कीम है वो भी इस दृष्टि से काफी इम्पोर्टेंट है। मैं आप लोगों से कहना चाहता हूं कि अंत में कि हमको इंडस्ट्री वाइज भी 4 क्षेत्रों में सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी की दृष्टि से विचार करना चाहिए। पहला, रीडिजाइनिंग प्रोडक्ट्स फॉर सर्कुलरिटी। प्रोडक्ट ही अगर ऐसे बनेंगे तो फिर सर्कुलर इकोनॉमी के लिए अच्छा रहेगा। तो पहला हमको ध्यान देना चाहिए रीडिजाइनिंग प्रोडक्ट्स फॉर सर्कुलरिटी। सेकंड, इंडस्ट्री को कलेक्टिवली आके, एक व्यक्ति के बस का विषय नहीं है, लेकिन कलेक्टिवली आके इन्वेस्टमेंट इन एडवांस रिसाइकलिंग टेक्नोलॉजी। जितनी एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए हम R&D करेंगे उतना ज्यादा अच्छा हाई रिकवरी रेट आएंगे, बेटर मटेरियल का यूटिलाइजेशन होगा, क्योंकि कई चीजें अब केवल हमारे मनुष्य के श्रम के बस की नहीं है, जो उसका टेक्निकल एस्पेक्ट है उसमें टेक्नोलॉजी की आवश्यकता है। थर्ड हमको करना चाहिए, जब आप वैसे एसोसिएशन के रूप में आते हैं तो आपको करना चाहिए स्ट्रेंथनिंग सप्लाई चेन कोलैबोरेशन। वो जब तक मजबूत नहीं होगी, मैं तो हमारे यहाँ भी ये जो वेस्ट वगैरह के शुरू में ठेके तो लेके चले जाते हैं, फिर सब्सिडी लेके भाग जाते हैं, पकड़ते फिरो, ढूंढते फिरो, ऑब्जेक्ट गायब हो जाता है। रैक पिकर से लेकर के सप्लाई चेन तक को हमें उसको स्ट्रेंथनिंग करना पड़ेगा। और जो सबसे अंतिम बात है वो तो इम्पोर्टेंट है ही, कंज्यूमर अवेयरनेस और बिहेवियरल चेंज। ये मिशन लाइफ का अर्थ ही ये है कि हमको बिहेवियरल चेंज होना चाहिए, और इसलिए कहना चाहिए कि परमात्मा दिए के साथ साथ स्वच्छता में भी विराजता है। मैं आपको ये कहना चाहता हूं कि प्रधानमंत्री जी के जो 10 साल का शासनकाल है, वो शासनकाल भारत के लिए हम ये कर सकते हैं, वी कैन डू। आज भारत उस दिशा में चल पड़ा है, और इसलिए बहुत सारी स्कीमों को हम सेचुरेशन पॉइंट पे जाते हुए देख रखे हैं। आज ODF फ्री के स्कीम में भारत कितना आगे है, आज जनधन खाते में हम कितना आगे हैं, आज उज्ज्वला में हम कितना आगे हैं। जब हम सरकार की बेनिफिट की स्कीम को हम आगे ले जा सकते हैं तो बिहेवियरल चेंज को भी हमें आगे ले जाना चाहिए। और अंत में मैं यही कहना चाहूंगा कि आपका ये जो कॉन्फ्रेंस में ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग होगा और जो आपका यहाँ पर कंस्ट्रक्टिव डिस्कशन होगा, वो वास्तव में आने वाले समय के लिए इफेक्टिव रिसाइकल प्रैक्टिसेस और पर्यावरण को बचाने की दृष्टि से मददगार साबित होगा। आपको मैं शुभकामनाएं देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, बहुत ही अच्छा लगा आपको सुन के। Thank you so much. Thank you. And we have a special pledge. I kindly request sir to please join us over here. और definitely आगे बढ़ते हुए
हमें मंत्री जी का बहुत आभार प्रकट करना चाहिए, और हम इस वर्कशॉप को एक अच्छे कंक्लूसिव नोट पे लेके जाएंगे हम सब लोग मिलके। उससे पहले मैं मंत्री साहब से इजाजत लेके एक प्लेज जो हमारे ऑनरेबल प्राइम मिनिस्टर साहब का है वो हम सब खड़े होके उस प्लेज को करेंगे। अगर आप सब लोग खड़े हो जाएं for 1 minute. And this pledge is by our Honorable Minister Narendra Modi ji when he has started the COP26. Let us pledge to collectively and work towards conserving precious environment, resources. Let us live in harmony and keep our beloved earth clean and green. Thank you very much.
थैंक यू सो मच, थैंक यू। और एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाएं मिनिस्टर सर के लिए, और तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए एवरीवन। थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस हियर टुडे, थैंक यू। और इसी के साथ आगे बढ़ते हुए वी आर नाउ move forward with an address from another esteemed guest, the Additional Secretary Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Chairman of the Central Pollution Control Board, CBCB. So please join me in welcoming the Additional Secretary and Chairman on the stage, everyone. Our next speaker is Shri Amandeep Garg, Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Chairman of the Central Pollution Control Board. Dr. Amandeep Garg, IAS, is an experienced administrator with over 25 years in policy formulation and program implementation. So he will be joining us in next few minutes, everyone. Or So we all going to hear him together. कुछ ही देर में हम सभी के बीच होंगे श्री अमनदीप गर्ग जी। So everyone, we have a special announcement, and I request sir, please join me on the podium.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, you have supported a cause which is very important for the development of our country. You will be happy to note that Honorable Minister has agreed to announce that the next conference of the small and medium recyclers around NCR to be held in Alwar region, and Honorable Minister will participate it and honor our association's efforts. Thank you very much.
That is indeed great news. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot for this. Moving ahead, everyone. Now we move forward with an address from another esteemed guest. Yes, everyone. So we have Dr. Amandeep Garg, Additional Secretary, MOEFCC and Chairman, CPCB. So our next speaker is Shri Garg, Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Chairman of the Central Pollution Control Board. Dr. Amandeep Garg, IAS, is an experienced administrator with over 25 years in policy formulation and program implementation. Currently serving as Additional Secretary at the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change and Chairman of CPCB. He has held key roles in Indian government, including Principal Secretary in Himachal Pradesh. He holds an MBBS, Master's in Finance, and has completed prestigious fellowships in Public Health Policy and Management. Dr. Garg's leadership and expertise span health, finance, and environmental. So let's welcome him all together with a big, big round of applause, everyone. Shri Amandeep Garg over here.
Good morning, everyone. Dr. Ashok Kumar, President of the Recycling Environment Industry Association of India, distinguished dignitaries, industry leaders, distinguished guests. It's my privilege to be present here and talk about circular economy and climate change topic. Honorable Minister has laid the broad contours of the sector in front of all of us. And I would like to talk a little more in detail on various facets which Honorable Minister has shared with all of us. India is a huge country with a very vast population of more than 1.4 billion people. And it's one of the fastest growing large economies in the world. We are the 5th largest economy, and very soon we'll be the 4th largest economy. When we grow economically, we also consume resources. If you see globally the trend of resource consumption, there has been a consistent rise in the resource consumption globally. From 37 billion, there is a study of OECD which I'm quoting. From 37 billion tons in 1990, the resource consumption has increased to 88 billion in 2017. And the per capita resource consumption has risen from 22 kg to 33 kg during the same period. It is estimated that resource consumption will roughly double by 2060. Waste generation is a natural outcome of resource consumption. So when we grow economically, when we consume resource, we are bound to generate waste. I have certain figures, Honorable Minister mentioned about the amount of waste generated. I have some segregated figures for the waste. Annually, 1.6 million tons of electronic waste is generated. 1.15 million tons of battery waste. 1.3 million tons of used oil. 1.52 million tons of waste tire. 4.1 million tons of plastic waste. 10 million tons of end-of-life vehicles waste. 300 million tons of metal scrap waste. The numbers are humongous. And if we see how much we recycle in India, that is pretty low. In electronic waste, 33% of the waste we are recycling as on date. In construction and demolition waste, we are only recycling 2% of the waste. In used oil, 15%. In the end-of-life vehicles, 3%. In the metal scrap, 14%. So there is a huge gap and a huge potential for the recycling industry to chip in and work towards recycling ecosystem. To ensure effective management of waste and to encourage recycling, Ministry of Environment has been doing a lot of efforts. The first systematic change was brought in 2016 when the rules for waste management in various categories were changed. And the focus shifted from uh, waste management in general to recycling. So that was a systemic change. And we also enacted the new rules for construction and demolition waste during the same period. Another important area which Honorable Minister touched about is the critical minerals. You see, battery waste and e-waste, it contains a lot of critical minerals. For example, lithium, which is extensively used in the EV batteries. Annually, its demand is growing about 30%. Cobalt, used in battery cathodes, its demand is growing by 10 to 15% annually. Rare earth elements, used in wind turbines and electronics, its demand is growing by 8 to 10% annually. Our country has ambitious plans to replace the fossil fuel-based energy sources with the non-fossil fuel-based energy. We target that more than 50% of our cumulative installed power capacity should be from these non-fossil fuel sources. And resultantly, catering to about 1 billion tons of carbon dioxide emission. That is what we plan to do. Now, this kind of energy transition requires huge amount of critical minerals, be it in the EVs, be it in the wind and solar energy projects or battery storage systems. On the other hand, if we see the global supply chains, most of these critical minerals are concentrated in very few geographies. I have certain statistics which I would like to share. 55% of the critical minerals are located in only 15 countries. Democratic Republic of Congo holds 50% of the cobalt reserves of the world. Indonesia and Philippines are rich in nickel and cobalt reserves. Our neighboring country, China, dominates in the rare earth elements production and processing. Almost 60% of the production and 85% of the processing is in China. On the other hand, if we see our import bills, for the 13 critical minerals alone, we were spending like 5.47 billion US dollars in 22-23 as per the Ministry of Mines report. So on the one hand, there is a requirement of critical minerals. The resources, the supply chains are limited to few geographies, and we are spending a lot of money to import the minerals. If you see the whole scenario, things become obvious that it is very much imperative that we need to invest in recycling of the critical minerals. And for that matter, the role of recycling industry, all of us, is very, very important. Recently, Union Cabinet has approved the National Critical Minerals Mission. It was approved in January only. And this mission aims to reduce the dependence of import. And aim is to recycle 10% of our annual consumption of these critical minerals. So that is something we all should look forward to under this mission, and considering our EPR framework, how best to utilize this opportunity to recycle the critical minerals which are much needed for our economic growth. How do we channelize that resources? Recycling offers a lot of economic opportunities. As Honorable Minister himself, he was mentioning that there is a potential of adding 2 trillion US dollars to Indian economy by 2050, merely by this sector, the recycling sector. And some 10 million jobs can be added during this period. I had certain figures with me. For example, in the e-waste recycling sector, we are not up to our 100% potential as of now, I mentioned previously. So if we reach to 100% potential in the recycling in e-waste alone, we will add at least 1 lakh additional jobs. Likewise, in the battery recycling, again 1 lakh additional jobs can be added. And 60,000 jobs can be added in the end of life vehicle merely by scaling up the whole operation of recycling. Another very important aspect of the whole recycling ecosystem is the technology. We need to have the latest technology so as to recover the last bit of useful resource from the waste. I'm told a lot of work has happened in this domain, but a lot still needs to be done. So I would encourage the industry leaders and all the people involved in this ecosystem, how best we can invest in the R&D, how best we can bring in the latest technology for recovery of useful minerals for the overall economic growth of our country. On the part of Ministry of Environment, a lot of efforts have gone into this aspect also. So recently, our ministry enabled signing of MOUs between the 8 CSIR laboratories and 15 recyclers for imbibing the technologies which have been developed in such laboratories in the industry. I'm sure these initiatives will scale up, they will grow in times to come. But at the same time, I will also like to exhort my friends in the industry to also chip in and adopt better technologies for recycling. As far as the current regulatory system is concerned, we have a fairly well-structured EPR framework in place. Already, EPR framework for 6 categories of wastes is, the rules have been notified. 3 more waste categories, rules are in the pipeline. CPCB has created online portals wherein the generators, the recyclers, the regulators, all players in the ecosystem can interact, and the obligations are defined, trading of EPR certificates happen. A lot of progress has happened in these EPR portals also. Almost 58,000 generators, about 4,000 recyclers have registered on our EPR portals for the various waste categories. And I'm very happy to say that nearly 200 lakh tons of EPR certificates have been generated. Nearly 145 lakh tons of certificates have been transferred, amounting to about 2,500 crore Indian rupee. So a lot of traction on the EPR portals is happening, and this is going to grow by leaps and bounds in the time to come. The EPR portals have by and large stabilized, but we are moving to the next phase of EPR portals, wherein we would like to bring in a common EPR portal for all the specific EPR waste categories. Work is in progress on that front. Apart from that, to ensure a transparent trading of EPR certificates, a common trading platform is also being designed. The work is in progress, and very soon we will be able to unveil that trading platform also. So the potential of this whole ecosystem is immense. It's a very, very important ingredient for the economic growth of our country. And I'm sure that the deliberations of this one-day conference will result in certain concrete suggestions, which we in the government and the regulator side will be more than willing to listen and adopt wherever possible. I look forward to constructive and deeper engagement with all the players in this ecosystem. My best wishes for the conference. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. Now I kindly request Dr. Ashok, please move forward and felicitate Dr. Amandeep with a shawl. And we have once again big round applause, everyone. और तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Now I kindly request Karthik V. Nagpal, please move forward with a token of respect for sir. We have a special token of respect, a special gift coming up for Dr. Amandeep. So तालियां हो जाएं एक बार. Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. Raman, please move forward and give a special memento to Dr. Garg. Thank you. This is for you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thanks a lot, sir, for joining us here today. Thank you. Moving ahead, everyone. Now, this is the time. Let's call. एक बार जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Thank you so much, sir, for joining us here today.
Can we have exchange of LVUs too?
Moving ahead, everyone, and now I request Dr. Ashok and Dr. Hota for MOU declaration. Can we have once again big round applause? Here we go. Moving ahead with the MOU, and here we go. Once again, put your hands together, everyone. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot for joining us here today. Thank you. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए एक बार फिर से. Thank you. Thank you so much. Everyone, we are waiting for Dr. Hota to join us, and he will be explaining the MOU. So we are waiting for him to join us. Now we are pleased to have with us Dr. R. Ratish, Director at CMET, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, with expertise in e-waste recycling, advanced materials, and semiconductor technologies. He holds multiple international fellowships and patents with over 115 research papers and 23 technology transfers. Let's welcome Dr. Ratish. He has also also received numerous awards, yes, everyone, including the PSN National Technology Award and the Atma Nirbharta Award. And he will deliver a special keynote address. Let's welcome him all together, everyone, with a big round of applause. अच्छा अच्छा ओके मैं भी लगा अभी ओके
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I probably, because the chairman CPCB and honorable minister was in a hurry to go to another meeting, so we couldn't explain what about the MOU which we just exchanged with the Skill Council for Electronic Sector. This is which we signed 3 days back, is essentially to what honorable minister has mentioned about the capacity building, skill development, training. So we have taken that into cognizance, and we signed an MOU with the Sector Skill Council for Electronics, because they are a larger association of the producers, and we are the recyclers. So there has to be joining hands. And we understood that Honorable Minister has said, skilling and training and awareness are the key. And this MOU will bring all of us to enhance our skill, to enhance our awareness, and enhance the implementation so as the compliance is 100%. So I thought that is the background of what the MOU is. Thank you.
So now I kindly request Dr. R. Ratish to please move forward and deliver a special keynote address.
Yeah. Very good morning, everyone. At the outset, I thank Dr. Ashok Kumar and his team for giving me an opportunity to be here. I represent Center for Materials for Electronics Technology under Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology. So basically, we are a leapfrogging electronic materials research laboratory working on critical materials for strategic application. But together with that, we also do a societally important project, which is on Center of Excellence on E-Waste Management. So more than technological advancement in this area, I also want to talk about our experience in extended producer responsibility. Okay, so we have a lot of deliberation on extended producer responsibility. So if you look at the ITU report on e-waste generation, it was 53.6 million tons in 2019, and the recycling rate was 17.4% in Asia. And at that point of time, sorry. Yeah. So at that point of time, so Indian e-waste recycling, rate was very less because the rules, whatever is implemented in 2016 and revised in 2018 was not adequate to implement extended producer responsibility properly. So you can see the recycling rate and whether it is formally recycled or semi-recycled. I don't want to go detailed into it because you have much more expertise than me. But I just want to share with you that where the resources lies, not only on precious metals, I'll focus upon critical materials. Because, most of our focus is on recovery of precious materials. But as you know, that e-waste is now known as the seventh resource. So we can take out a lot of precious metals, materials, critical materials from this. So not only that it aligns well with the United Nations sustainability goals, 6 of these 17 sustainability goals are totally aligned with e-waste management. I just want to focus upon one particular example, item number 14. This is from our experience, as if you are aware that the CFL contains 2 to 4 milligrams of mercury. If you have a lot of 2000 numbers of, CFL, our studies shows that it can inert 50,000 liters of inert water. We have studied extensively the water columns in backwaters in Hyderabad and found to be exorbitantly high, which needs to be addressed. So why I'm projecting this? Because there are a lot of challenges in e-waste management. Technology development is my domain. I'll talk about technology development definitely, but I also wanted to tell you that where exactly we need to focus upon. So we have environmental challenges, social challenges, and economic challenges. Where economics comes, I'm sure that if you start recycling printed circuit board or lithium-ion battery, to a certain extent, permanent magnet, it's a very lucrative business model. Whereas if you start recycling 106 product, the other products in the schedule on of e-waste management, I am sure that you may not be able to meet both ends. I'll touch upon that. These are the major challenges which you face, in e-waste management. There is no proper estimates. You know that 4.1 million tons of e-waste generated in India is only an estimation by ITU. I am 100% sure that it is not proper. We need to look into that. There is a lot of problem with awareness. We need to reach out informal sector. We started a new program with MSME cluster, which is about informal sector upgradation. Whatever technologies we have developed in all the Indian national laboratories will be disseminated to informal sector through MSME clusters. This is one big program which we are aiming at. So I don't need to talk about the issues related to toxins and other problems associated with it. So we need to definitely recycle. So why I projected, I'm sure that this is available in public portal also. When you look at a mobile phone like this, the naked eye, you cannot really see that. Whereas if you look at an XRF, ED XRF, you will see a lot of valuable materials there. 14 elements in the periodic table are extracted by a company like Umicore in Belgium, whereas our recyclers are recovering only 4 metals from this. This is very, very important. Why? Because if you are able to recover more than 4 metals, like, it increases resource efficiency and circular economy. So that's why it is called urban mining. So these slides, I don't need to explain more. You are the experts. I just want to talk about, of course, it is not my domain, but while, prudently going through the evolution of e-waste management in India, I just want to bring about some of the dots which needs to be connected. You can see that there is a very good improvement in recycling of e-waste in the country. By 2024, 33% of the electronic waste is recycled. Our, CPCB chairman also mentioned it. Whereas before implementation of EPR or enacting, to 2022 rules, it was not the case. But how many of these 106 products are being recycled? This is the major question, and how to deal with it. I'll just take out, these are the schedule 3 wherein the targets are fixed. But, I just want to take you through this very important scenario globally. If you look at Japan, 86% of the electronic gadgets are recycled in Japan. They started this implementing of these laws in way back in 1991, and they don't call it as e-waste management law. They call it as sound material society, wherein 6 different verticals are identified. One is large home appliances. They have concrete recycling, they have food recycling, small e-waste recycling, and then also automobile recycling. So the takeaway from here is that the polluter pay principle applies there. So apart from execution of extended producer responsibility, I strongly advocate that there should be a recycling fund. We need to create a recycling fund, which is largely missing. If you look at the e-waste management ecosystem globally, multiple ministries are involved, not only Ministry of Environment or regulatory agencies, Ministry of Finance, Ministry of IT, and so many other ministries are involved. So why e-waste is properly recycled in Japan, the only reason because their polluter pay principle applies. And another very important aspect of this is municipalities and post offices are also collecting electronic waste. A system which can be well emulated in our country also, so that we can ensure that the e-waste is going to the proper, recycler, and like EPR porter, that how much materials are recovered. Same way, we should be able to, make it aware our consumers about it. The next example which I want to showcase you in front of us is that, it is in Taiwan. In 90s, Taiwan is known as an island of garbages. 3 women came together and they created a NGO, and now almost 85% of e-waste is recycled in Taiwan because of, again, the major aspect is that a recycling fund which is generated there. Yeah, the recycling fund can be generated either from OEM or from the consumer or from importers. So this recycling fund not only being used for recycling a fund, they also give support for R&D institutions to develop green technologies, which is of paramount importance. I think we need to look at this. The third example which I want to give is, which is crystal clear, is this is more relevant to India. Because, when you look at the GDP, we are very proud that we are 5th in the globally, but per capita income we were nowhere in the fray. So a country like India, perhaps this kind of an ecosystem is much better because they've already identified the recycling charges for every triple product or EEE product, and wherever you need to meet both ends, subsidies given. Ministry of Finance is also involved there. So maybe we need to look at, and I request, this association, Recycling and Environment Association, to look into it so that we can seamlessly recycle the 106 product, whatever is identified under, a schedule of e-waste management rule. So this is ROHS also play a very pivotal role in arriving at green products. Like we have, CMET is the only government ROHS laboratory in the country capable of complying all EEE products or ROHS complaints. Now ROHS 2 and 3 is also implemented. We have included phthalates also there in the electronic waste. So morning onwards, we are talking about linear economy. Take, make, and dispose of to a circular economy. I call it as loot and pollute Mother Earth. We take out all resources from the Mother Earth and we dispose of it without any guilty consciousness. So we need to go for a circular economy model. And I also wanted to rename the recycling to upcycling. Our school of thought is that we should not use the word recycling. Everywhere we need to see that how best we can think about upcycling. Because of the paucity time, I'll just quickly peruse through the slides. One of the best examples is PET bottles. We are more than 80% recycling in PET bottles, which is much higher than the global average. What is more important is that morning MOEF secretary was also talking about the need for identification of different plastics like compostable or non-compostable. How do you do that? You need different kinds of sensors. Now we are working together with a company in Germany called Trimax to come out with a near infrared spectrum, because within 5 seconds, you should be able to identify a plastic is compostable or non-compostable. This kind of a sensor device is required for value chain identification of every e-waste items also. The next circular economy model is the HP cartridges, where 75% of the product is done using recycle. The last but not least, this is one of the beautiful circular economy model from Europe, where there is a program with 19 stakeholders, which is called a Sustainable Magnetic Program. Europe is not going to procure even a single gram of neodymium oxide from China for NdFeB magnet production. They have already set up 4 pilot plants to produce, permanent magnet from recycled magnets. So, I think this is a very good opportunity for all recyclers who are present here. June 2023, Ministry of Mines has identified 30 critical raw materials. And out of which, kindly have a look at it, 9 of this element will extend from Mother Earth in next century. For example, hafnium, indium, gallium, germanium. Without recycling, these materials will not be available in the earth for further utilization. I can cite a simple example of indium. All your mobile phone, all your display devices use ITO, indium tin oxide, as a transparent material coating. Indium will extend from earth within 20 years until otherwise you do recycling. But it is extremely difficult to recycle indium because the amount of indium, whatever is available, is very, very small in quantity. So we need to look at such kind of technologies. For example, hafnium, if you look at cement produces entire hafnium record for the country through solvent extraction. Hafnium is produced, there is no ore for hafnium. It is produced from an effluent which is coming from a zirconium plant. You need a nuclear plant close to you because zirconium is used as a cladding material for all nuclear fissionable materials. So this again, this is another opportunity whether we can extract hafnium from zirconium raffinate, which is an effluent coming out of that. If we can focus upon these 10 elements, I'm sure that you can widen your business domain. So this is what both our Honorable Minister and Secretary was talking about. Almost a week back, National Critical Minerals Mission has declared by Government of India with 34,000 crore, where recycling is one of the very important mandate. So this is all about, the opportunities. So we do a lot of recycling. In order to do that, we started a public-private partnership model with a 40% of money from MITI, 40 from Government of Telangana, and 20% of the money has come from GreenGo, which is a renewable energy company, and in Hyderabad. They produce 7.2 gigawatts of renewable energy. Now the question is that why GreenGo has joined hand with cement? As you know that if you produce wind energy, 1 megawatt of energy production requires almost 600 kilograms of permanent magnet. What do you do with the end-of-life permanent magnet? So we collect all this permanent magnet, we recycle it, and we convert it into new permanent magnet. I'll touch upon that. So we also, started country's first MTech program on e-waste resource engineering and management together with IIT Hyderabad. We realized that there is a need for qualified manpower also in this domain. So these are the 4 or 5 verticals which we work upon: lithium and battery recycling, permanent magnet recycling, PCB, solar cell, and skill development. But morning I was watching a video where that particular company was mentioning about the need for a R&D lab together with that, because many of these input materials are like, it changes with respect to time. It's an assorted, because now cobalt content is going down and nickel content is going up. The technology, whatever you adopt from an R&D institution may not work. So you need to see that what is the value chain available, and accordingly you need to tweak your processes. So we have both, hydrometallurgy and pyrometallurgical operations for this. This can be scaled up to somewhere around 5 tons per day capability. So these are the mass balance. So maybe because of the positive time, you are all experts on this. So what we do is that we collect these and then we make new batteries out of that. This is to ensure the circular economy. But what is more important is that not recycling, benchmarking of this input material. Because lithium, whatever you extract is only 98% pure. You need to further purify it. The cost of lithium carbonate, whatever is coming from us recycled hydrometallurgy process, is only 98%, which costs you only 9,000 rupees per kg. Whereas we import 90 or 1 lakh worth lithium carbonate from South Korea because you need to purify it. We do that, and then only we can use it for battery applications. Multiple industries we have transferred these technologies. These are some of our industry collaborators. So I'll also run through the PCB recycling. I just want to tell you that artificial intelligence needs to be incorporated into PCB ecosystem, because if you look at your mobile phone, if you have an iPhone, it contains almost 150 semiconductors. If your mobile phone goes bad, it doesn't mean that the entire semiconductor has gone bad. 1 trillion semiconductors are manufactured globally, and every human being in the planet, 150 semiconductors are manufactured. That is the statistics. Unfortunately, our country doesn't produce even a single semiconductor. We are in the process of ISM. So please look into all those things. Like we have all the process and plan for all these things. So we also, manufacture all equipment for all these things. We can offer turnkey solution for all these technologies. So this is gold, silver recovered from end of life products. So this is solar cell recycling. I just perused through these slides. Okay, very interesting. See, like you can recover silicon from silicon solar cell. What do you do with that? Because we don't produce silicon ingot in the country, but you can make silicon germanium, which can be used as a semiconductor material. These are some of the opportunities in this line. This is about rare earth recovery from permanent magnet. We do new permanent magnet out of these. And very, very interesting is that we incubate startups. A small boy from Indian Institute of Science joined us a startup. He developed a process for the recovery of liquid crystal from your display devices. So this is CFL recycling. This is our MTech programs. Even we are training CPCB for skill development, especially on e-waste management rules. And we also conduct many other skill development programs. This is our Center of Excellence on e-waste management. Before I conclude, having done all this work, EMRS, world's largest, this European Materials Society, which is the largest platform in the world, has invited us to conduct an exclusive program on sustainability. Indo-Europe Joint Forum on Circular Economy through urban mining. This will happen in France during 26 to 27. So I request all of you to join for this. We wanted to take 10 industries from India and 10 from Europe. So if you are interested, kindly write to us. So thank you for your patience. You have any questions?
Okay, if you have any questions, you can just raise your hand. Do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you. We'll take after this. Thank you so much. Now I kindly request Dr. Ashok, please move forward and felicitate sir with a token of respect. Here we go. तालियां बजती रहनी चाहिए, जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Now I kindly request Mr. Bhuvan, please move forward and give a special gift. I request Praveen sir, please आप आगे बढ़े और एक special gift sir के लिए. तालियां हो जाएं. Now I kindly request Dr. Hota, please move forward for the memento. Thank you so much. Thank you. Now we are moving ahead with the vote of thanks. I kindly request Mr. Manoranjan Hota, Director General, REIAI, to please move forward. Dr. Manoranjan Hota, Director General, REIAI, was advisor in Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, MOE, FCC, and also worked in Central Pollution Control Board, CPCB, who has 40 years of professional experience in the field of environmental management. So please welcome Dr. Hota with a big round applause. मैं उनका पूरे दिल से स्वागत करती हूँ और चलिए उनसे सुनते हैं कुछ शब्द.
Good morning, dear participants. I just wanted to make a mention that the RIA is an association of the recycler, by the recycler, and for the recycler. And that is what we have seen today in this morning, that how unitedly we come along and try to not only the successful of this event, but also I'm trying to say that the commitment which we have shown, I'm sure it will be, exponentially grow further. We have all young recyclers, rather. So I would seek all those cooperation from them. We are grateful for the kind presence of Honorable Minister in the morning, who has made a very good advice and as a matter of fact, activate all our recyclers that how to motivate ourselves not only for the monetary point of view, but also how to integrate the environmental in terms of recycling and also toward the sustainable development. And that is how, as he said rightly, that this is how we think of Swachh Bharat and the vision of the Honorable Minister and, of course, the Honorable Prime Minister at a larger scale. We are also thankful to the Chairman, Central Pollution Control Board, who has given us an opportunity very within a short notice to rejuvenate our participants that what is the compliance means, how the monitoring can be done, what are the gaps, how the portal of the CPCB and the ministry is helping all those things. So therefore, he has integrated the, the kind of catalytic effort he has done towards the monitoring compliances and how we can recover resources. So we thank him for his presence and also the suggestions, advice, and we are sure we are going to give the summary of these entire deliberations throughout the day, and we will share with our participant as well as we will send it to the Honorable Minister and the Honorable Chairman CPCB for their information and implementation. I also like to thank ECCSI for being a partner with us, the RIA for the skill development, capacity building, and awareness. We are looking forward to Mr. Bhatia that how we can together work and to enhance the skill, not only for the highest level, but also middle and the junior levels. So we have to see how the curriculum can be developed, how the materials can be developed, and how this can be implemented on ground. I would like also to thank RIA team for all the support to make the conclave, and also try to thank Dr. Rasina for her support for last few days for this. I also thank our sponsors who have shown their commitment to begin with. Now they have also renewed their commitment. We'll keep on renewing the commitment so that we meet, in very frequent interval. As a matter of fact, I would like to say that we are planning this year 2 more events for one is for tire recyclers and the other for the ELVs. So that we are planning to do within this year. We also thank the sponsors for their not only financial support, but also they have come personally to support the event. I thank all the delegates who has come with a very, very short notice. We never expected that, the support will be so overwhelming. So we are overwhelmingly thanking them for their, coming here in the early morning and support us. I thank the electronic and print media for covering the event. I'm sure there is a live streaming of through the YouTube and LinkedIn, I suppose, no? So you can always have those views post meeting. I also like to thank the IHC for extending all their facilities so that we are together here and then we deliberate. I thank you once again to all for their presence, and we look forward the further technical sessions which we are looking for. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. We now break for tea. Please enjoy refreshments, network with fellow attendees, and we will resume with our technical sessions shortly. Thank you so much, everyone, for joining us. Thank you. So we have 15 minutes tea break. We have only 15 minutes for tea break. Then we will be moving ahead with our technical sessions. Thank you. Thank you so much.
आता है ना लैपटॉप बंद मत करेगा क्योंकि पिपीटीज वगैरह ना नहीं कोई आता है मना कर दिया करो आप
ये मिनिस्ट्री से जो आए थे ना उन्होंने किया था और मुझे लगा कि
कनेक्टिविटी है इस लैपटॉप से
ठीक है I'll do that.
पीपीटीज यहीं से चल रही है
I kindly request everyone, please join us inside the room. We are about to begin with our first technical session. I kindly request everyone, please join us. Please join us inside the hall. We are starting off with our first technical session. So yes, everyone, our first technical session will begin shortly. Yes, everyone, with the distinguished panel of experts. Please take your seats as we delve deeper into the topics of waste, recycling, and climate change. Let's begin. So yes, everyone, we are starting off with our first technical session. So first of all, I'd like to request Dr. B. Sen Gupta, ex-MSc PCB, please join us on chair. And I request Dr. Ashok Kumar, President, REIAI, Riyadh. So please join us on chair. So Dr. B. Sen Gupta, former member secretary of CPCB, has over 30 years of experience in air and water quality management, industrial pollution control, and climate change mitigation. He is recognized expert and consultant serving on various national and international committees while also contributing to research and academia. We have Dr. Ashok Kumar, the president of RIA, vice chairman of Green Escape Eco Management Private Limited, who is a chartered accountant with extensive experience in finance, corporate affairs, and the chemical industry. He is a key contributor to India's e-waste recycling sector and advocates for circular economy practices, holding leadership roles in various government and industry committees. Heartiest welcome, sir. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Moving ahead, everyone. We have the topic current status of e-waste recycling in India. We are pleased to invite Ms. Yothika Puri from CPCB to present on the current status of e-waste recycling in India. Let's welcome her all together with a big round of applause. Yothika, Additional Director, completed engineering from Delhi College of Engineering, working in CPCB since last more than 15 years. Currently heading and dealing Department of Waste Management for e-waste, battery waste, tire waste, and medical waste in CPCB head office. Published more than 10 guidelines related to waste management and represented CPCB on national television twice on initiatives taken by CPCB for COVID waste management during pandemic. So yes, everyone, she is here with us and heartiest welcome to her. Thank you. Thank you for joining us here today. Over to you, ma'am. I request Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh ji, please join us on share. And Mr. Yadav, please also join us for the discussion. Thank you. Moving ahead, now I request Mr. Sharat Kumar, please join us, MOEFCC, and he will discuss the critical intersection between recycling and climate change. Mr. Sharat Kumar from the Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, who will discuss the critical relationship between recycling and climate change. With a background in mining engineering and environmental science, he has over 16 years of experience in environmental management, including roles at MOE, FCC, UNIDO, and GEF. He played a key role in the Environmental Impact Assessment Notification 2020 and leads India's communications on climate change and contribution to the IPCC. Also, we have Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh, MOE, FCC, Additional Director, Ministry of Environment. Okay, he's Director, Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Hazardous Substances Management Division, handling e-waste. Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh from MOEFCC will now take us through the sustainable approaches to e-waste management. And he's here with us. Heartiest welcome, sir. And we have Dr. VP Yadav, Director, Central Pollution Control Board, Waste Management Division, handling battery waste. And he is here with us from CPCB to present on the current status of waste battery recycling in India. Let's move ahead with the discussion. Over to you all. Thank you. हाँ डॉक्टर बी से
चेयर को तो बोलना पड़ेगा ना
चेयर के लिए
At the outset, I would like to thank RIA, especially Dr. Hota and Mr. Parveen Bhargav for inviting me to this very important event, that is the waste recycling and reuse and climate change. You know that we have a very three learned speaker here, and we expect a very good presentation from them. Before that, I'd like to highlight some of the basic issues in the waste recycling and reuse. And during my tenure at Central Pollution Control Board, where I worked more than 35 years, and as 11 years as member secretary of that organization, I would like to emphasize that so many waste management rules are there in our country. I will start with the hazardous waste management rule, Rule 9, under which CPCB has come out about the 70 categories of industry, the how to reuse the waste. In my presentation, I will try to give. But one thing is very important in that, what is happening to the after recovering and reusing of the material, what is happening to that waste, what remaining waste, that is also a hazardous waste. So I think Pollution Control Board should give a emphasis on how the waste recycler are functioning in the country, about their waste management thing. So that is the number one I want to highlight it. Then the second one is the very important, which the morning the Additional Secretary and Chairman CPCB has emphasized about the circularity of the waste. I think it is very important that in this context, the co-processing of the waste in cement plant is very, very important one. And we know that large quantities of the waste in our country start with the say fly ash or blast furnace slag or steel melting shop slag or the red mud or the lime sludge, all are going to the cement plant. And recently the FGD waste of the thermal power plant, which is gypsum, are all going to the cement plant for co-processing. They are making the cement from that. So that is very important aspects of the co-processing in the waste recirculation of that. I would like to mention that in the lead acid battery, there are two speakers will be there on the lead battery recycling and the lithium ion battery recycling. They are very important with that we are doing very good work. Lead recycling, I think there are more than 3,000 units are functioning. But if you see all the details of the waste recycler in our country, hardly 10 or 15, they are truly practicing the environmental sound technology, which is evolved and prescribed and notified by Ministry of Environment and Forest. Rest of the units are not adhering to the laws together. So this is very important that all pollution control boards should look after the lead and waste recycling byproduct. For example, lead bearing slag, which contains still the 2 to 3% of lead, and that is being dumped haphazard way. Some waste are going to the TSDA, but all the illegal lead recycler are dumping on the land. So that is creating a lot of problems. So that is also important thing which we have to see. Lithium ion recovery and recycling is very new things for us. And you know that the way we are increasing our electric vehicles in our country, the next 5 years, there will be huge generation of the lithium ion waste. There are so many technologies are there, and if you see the international scenario, there are 8 or 10 leading companies in the world who are having a very good technology. But our recycler, whether they have adopted that one, what are the government support to them, these are the very key things which I think we should discuss and recommend something to the government about the lithium-ion batteries. Regarding the, again, a very important component of the waste which is mentioned in the morning session is the municipal solid waste, which include the plastic waste. Now the biodegradable waste, which is about 55 to 60% of our waste, there is a very important thing which is MSW Rule 2024. It is very clearly mentioned that this waste should be segregated and this should be used either by making the compost or it should be go for the bio-CNG after biomethanation. So there is very good way that we can handle this waste. Otherwise, our whole country, there are all the major cities, there are big dump sites are there, MSW dump site, which is creating lot of problems. If in Delhi, you can see that 4 big dump sites. So there are solutions are there. Segregation of the waste as well as the biodegradable waste biomethanation followed by bio-CNG. I am very happy to know that the more than 500 bio-CNG plants are coming in our country. So when it will all work, our lot of reduction in those dump sites will be there. With this few words, I request all the presenters because we have already time, we have a limitation is there. So I will request all the presenters to present their presentation and highlight their key findings in 15 minutes so that we can have some time for the question and answer session. With this, I request first the first presenter, Dr. Yuthika Rai, to kindly give his presentation and restrict. You want the first?
Thank you, sir. Is it okay? Very good afternoon, everybody. First of all, thank you for having me here. Before starting or mention about anything about the subject, I would like to introduce myself once again. My name is Yuthika Puri. I am additional director in CPCB. Just took over the charge for handling the entire e-waste, entire waste management, and other hazardous waste which is getting managed in our country. Why I want to mention about myself, because for the e-waste management, we got to know the subject through one of the very important expert, Shri Anand Kumarji. We have been knowing him since quite a long time, and he brought the subject from scratch to a different level. We have learned this entire area of e-waste management through him. He did a great job while we are talking about the collaborating with ministries, having interaction with the stakeholders, with the industries, and at last finalizing the policies and technical documents. So thank you to him, a big thank to him, first of all. Thank you. Now, coming back to the subject, which is e-waste management in our country. We all know that this is not a new area. In fact, when we were not talking about the plastic waste management, we were talking about the e-waste management. Every household is aware about the requirements now, and every industry is more far ahead when we are talking about the recycling infrastructure available in our country. So, yes, Government of India has come up with the new legal framework, new rules notified under EPA Act, which talks about and which has a focus on a very key terminology, which is EPR, Extended Producer Responsibility. Not focusing on the, or targeting, I should say, the recycling industry. We are now talking in terms of the compliance through our waste generators, which are producers, which are manufacturers. Many big international companies are involved in manufacturing the electronic equipments. There are n number. We have a listing of almost 134 electronic equipments, which we want to have a focus on so that the recyclers can play their role in a very effective manner. And through these rules, we have given very clear-cut norms, provisions, I must say, who has to perform what activity and fulfill what responsibility. So because we have a gathering here for from the recycling industry. So talking about the recycling infrastructure, we are nowhere second to anyone. There is a problem. You all know the problem is implementation at ground. We have been monitoring the implementation since 2016, when first notification came up. Then we had a very narrow scope in the rules. The applicability was little at the lower side. And then when we re-notified the rules in 2022, the scope was very large. The number of stakeholders were very large. And we are now talking about the EPR certificates generation, which can incentivize the recycling industries. It can really help them to grow, to perform their activities, and also to run their business. It is not that we will only talk about the environmental norms compliance, environmental demands. We should also take care of the industry requirement, and we should also focus, have a key areas to be focused where the industry can grow, right? So through EPR, we tried to provide a help to the recycling industry so that they can also perform their activity in an effective manner. Now, what experience do CPCB have when we are talking about the EPR implementation, EPR compliance? So we have already developed an online portal. You all are aware about this. The portal is running smoothly. I can say a little bit glitches we are facing on a daily basis, but yes, our entire team is day and night, no matter what time it is, whenever we face any challenge or we receive any issue, our entire team is behind that. So first is operation of that EPR portal. That is a tick mark from our side. Next is the compliance. Now, when we are talking about and when we are asking people to get the registration, when we are asking recyclers to generate the EPR certificates based on the recycling, the response is quite not up to the mark. We know what is the reason behind, but we are still struggling to convince the industry that please come on board, and this will be a great help to you all. With this, we can really achieve what we want for our country when we are talking about the recycling and when we are talking about the circular economy and the national agenda of our country. So the compliance is not very good. I can say roughly, if we have for e-waste specifically, around 322 recyclers are registered as on date on our portal. And the target from the producers and from the portal which we have given to the producers is around 5 lakh metric ton per year. I'm talking about the last year, 23-24. Against this target, the EPR certificates availability is not up to the mark. Why? One is the understanding of the portal, how to run the portal, how to put the data on the portal. That is one challenge. We have been facing and we understand on the daily
daily
basis
basis interaction that people are still struggling with the functionality of the portal. For that, we have given SOPs,
given many, videos. We have a help desk. I know many of you will complain that help desk is not working at all. It is working, but the number of calls we receive in a day, that is not, we can't imagine. So we are still working on that part. So one is understanding of the portal, of about the functionality of the portal. Next is when you are putting the data on the portal, then the accountability of the data is very important. The data you are putting on the portal, based on that, you will be generating your EPR certificates. And if you are you succeedingly putting the EPR certificates on our portal. At the same time, I would say that these data is not in the air. The entire data is landing on our portal, and the owners of the portal is with CPCB. Now, what we are going to do with this data? We are going to verify. We have a mandate in the rules that CPCB needs to verify entire compliance of the rules, entire implementation of the rules, and whatever the EPR certificates are being generated on the portal will be cross-verified during the verification part. We will conduct the audit. We will we have a system generated audit facility as well. Why, without going into the facility, we have the facility on the portal itself that we can really able to compare the things and come out with a good solution or good findings about what person has put what data in this. So see, this all about EPR portal and EPR compliance is very important in the implementation of the rules, because it will take us in a proceeding way. It will take our country at that level where we can really talk about the waste generation. But having the waste generation, we will be able to talk about the recycling infrastructure, which is very important for all of us. So I would be more interested to have one-to-one interaction with you all, what challenges you are facing and what solutions we are having right now. And if we are not having, then we will definitely note down all the points, and we will try to find some solutions, of course, with the help of you all. So I will end up here, not going बहुत ज़्यादा talk over the subject. You know the subject more than us, I would say, and we really want to have some workable solution so that we can provide you through our policy and it will be implemented at ground. Thank you so much. I'm looking forward for the technical discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Yutika. Now, may I request Dr. Valeria, Director of Ministry of Environment and Forest, to give his presentation on the recycling and climate change, a very important topic.
Can you screen? Yeah. So meanwhile, just I would like to introduce myself. I am Sharat Kumar Pallella. I am Scientist G and Advisor at the Ministry of Environment, and also the focal point for the IPCC for the country. And I represented the United Nations at different forums in the aspect of climate change. Yeah. So can you screen that? Yeah. So kindly screen this one. See, I am presenting some different dimension of the waste. So as of now, the different speakers and then the speakers who are say presenting afterwards, so might be say presenting on the waste management. So how it is related with the climate change? So what are the co-benefits of this waste management in the climate change? You all know that the climate change is a very, very important topic, and it is the the topic of everybody, everywhere, even whether it is a president or whether it is a common man. So everybody is affected and everybody is talking about. So how this waste management is related with the climate change, so that I would like to present. So can you screen that? Screen that. So my relation with the waste management. So when I have joined in the ministry in 2016 January. So the first assignment that has तो वो तो सबको किया था. Yeah, okay. So I have joined in the ministry in 2016 January. My first assignment is to finalize the notifications of this. At that time, the waste management revamping of or visiting of the waste management rules. So I have been given a charge of the 4 waste management rules. I can proudly say as on date. So I am the in charge of the first waste management, like is solid waste, plastic waste, biomedical, and then construction and demolition waste. So that is in vogue as on day. So was finalized during my tenure. So here I would like to inform you that, see, the India, we have the population of 18% of the global population, but our contribution to the GHG is only 4%. So our per capita emissions are less. So what is the reason behind? Because one might be a population and one might be a sustainable consumption and practices. See, if you see any example, so if you go to the villagers, so they will not try to say throw away culture. So where they try to use, reuse, and so that is the tradition of our culture and all. Here, what I would like to also mention is that the GHG, the inventory. So when we make, for that, so it has got the 5 sectors. The first sector is the energy sector. Second sector is called as a industrial process and product use. And third sector is an agriculture and the forestry. And fourth one is that land use change in the forestry. And fifth one, the waste sector. In India, so we are, our GHG emission is about say 3 billion tons. So out of that, so about 0.5 billion tons is sequestered through the forest and agriculture sector, so that our net is 2.5 billion tons. Out of that, so the percentage of our waste sector contributes about the 3% of the total GHG emissions. That 3% is basically comes from what? So from the different sources. So one is your aerobic process and anaerobic process. So anaerobic process and aerobic process is basically emits the GHG gases of 3 types which contributes by the waste sector. One is they're called as the CO2, so which is the major gas of the GHG inventory, and second one is that the CH4. So during that anaerobic process it comes, and then N2O. So these are the 3, and then here if you see the magnitude of the CH4 and then the N2O is might be a less, but its global warming potential is very, very high. If you see that AR, that is that IPCC's AR2 and AR5, the recommendations is the CH4 is 28 times the severe than the CO2, and whereas 285 times your N2O is severe than the your CO2. Here then, what are, say, how we can reduce, how we have to reduce that the contribution of our GHG, because we have the commitments at the international level. Under the Paris Agreement, India has submitted its NDCs, that is nationally determined contributions, that we say that we will reduce our emission intensity by 45% by 2030. And so we have submitted our inventory on last December 2030. Thanks. So that I can say I will skip because of the time that is so. So these are the emissions at present at the global level. Okay. Then I'm skipping, I think, so what is the carbon budget that is left for 1.5 degrees? So what is the budget that is really available to the globe to emit to the atmosphere? So that is this particular slide indicates. So this is the global and then the India in a vis-a-vis. So what is the inventory at the global level put together by all the nations, and what is the India's GHG emissions? So that is the slide that indicates. It sees that the global contribution is on waste sector is 1.66 gigatons of CO2 equivalent. And whereas our contribution to the global atmosphere by the India through the waste sector is 0.076 global say gigatons of CO2 equivalent. I have told you, so we have say given the NDCs, and we are also committed for the net zero by 2070. So that is our vision paper. So how we develop, our development is a sustainable, and the path is we have to achieve the net zero by 2070. So this is that our progress, say, where we have already achieved 36% in terms of CO2 emission reduction, and the 47.10 we have renewable energy, and then additional carbon 6 is 2.29. So these are the some of the missions that is launched to achieve the net zero. So there are the 8 missions. So now we are also working with the transport mission, and other missions are also coming. So this. So very important here is how waste sector is segregated and subsector. So these are the IPCC guidelines, so which is been adopted by the nations, 195 nations at the United Nations. So has agreed how to make the inventorization in the waste sector. So why I have brought this particular slide is, suppose all the professionals, when you work, so you work with adhering to the principles of the and guidelines of the IPCC. So this is the time series data that is from 2000 to 2020, last 20 years. So how our emissions are growing in the all sectors and the waste sector. So this particular slide represents, so how that our emissions and all. Here you can see, say, unlike blaming with the the India is with the, when comparing the Western is very easy, but we are at the developing stage, and then our emissions are still will emit more because of our developmental activity. We are at the in the bell curve, we are in the downside of the development. So these are the waste sector that say different gases, so that the figures I am not going to say explain each and everything because of the time constraint, and I have already explained the GWG this thing. So these are the mitigation and policies and schemes, so that so it is need not to explain everything, because you all know the waste management rules. And then if you see the what are the key missions, policies, programs of government to mitigate the GHG emissions in the waste sector. So these are the some of the policies and programs, so that is attributable to the your waste sector. So these are the facts and figures, so that has been under the each scheme. So what is the progress and how much of the achievement in terms of say activity, and then the subsequently the what is the reduction and mitigation or avoidance of the CO2 is being represented here. See, the way forward here is the only and one and only way is, now we have to shift from the from linear economy to the circular economy. So that is the mantra. And to shift that, so our behavior has to be nudged. That's nudging behavior, that the mantra that has been given by our honorable Prime Minister is that the only one word, that is life, the lifestyle for environment, where we have to say shift from throw away culture to deliberate and mindful utilization of the resources. Then promote the sustainable life, reducing the landfill dependency, integrate the circular economy principles, and successful implementation of the EPR. So these are the way forward. So that is there to ultimately show our core benefits in the waste sector to the climate change mitigation programs. So without taking much time, say I'm concluding my session. Thank you very much for giving me. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Paleria, for a very good presentation you have given. I'm sure thankful to you, and I'm sure that few questions will come on that. May I now request Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh, Director of Ministry of Environment and Forest, to kindly give his presentation on sustainable e-waste management. This is the second e-waste sector presentation.
Thank you, sir. Since you have already given my introduction in the beginning. So I am Dr. Ashok Kumar, President, Recycling and Environment Industry Association of India. Dr. Praveen Bhargava, Vice President, REIA. And Dr. Manoranjan Hota, sir, Director General, REIA. A very warm good afternoon to all. I would like to extend my thanks to REIA for extending me invite to be present here and express my views. Since my previous colleague, Yuthika Puri, has already given some highlights on the e-waste management rules, and I'm looking after the hazardous waste management rules, e-waste management rules, and Public Liability Insurance Act in the Ministry since 2020. So since my topic is based on the sustainable e-waste management, but since I am looking after the so many waste management rules, so I'm not just restricting my presentation on the e-waste management rules. So I would like to just talk about some general points about the circular economy and waste management. In this regard, I would like to just mention that Honorable Prime Minister, in his address to the nation on the 15th August 2021, has emphasized the mission circular economy. And to be taking forward the highlights and mission circular economy addressed by the Honorable Prime Minister, Ministry has already notified the 6 waste management EPR rules for plastic waste management, plastic packaging, e-waste, battery waste, tire waste, used dial, and recently in January, Ministry has notified the end of life vehicle EPR rules. And out of these 6 EPR rules, I am looking after the 3 EPR rules, e-waste EPR rules, used dial EPR rules, and waste tire EPR rules. So I think you all are much aware that the Ministry has comprehensively revised the e-waste management rules 2016 in 2022, November 2022 notified, and it is effective from 1st April 2023. And the framework of the e-waste management rules has been increased and pragmatic to the extended producer responsibility. Earlier in 2016 rules, there is only 21 electronic items covered under the EPR rules. But in 2022 rules, Ministry has notified 106 electronic items. And first time solar panel waste has also been included in the e-waste management rules to be taken care of. These e-waste management, these EPR regulations has become a tool for operationalization of the waste to wealth and circular economy. Under the EPR, concept of producers, importer, or brand owners who introduce the product into the market becomes obligated under the law to manage its environmentally sound management after end of life. Introduction of market-based EPR regulation in different waste streams has not only led to rapid growth of recycling sector, but has also led to environmental protection and resource conservation through environmentally sound management of waste being generated by the introduction of the new product into the market, and reduce the dependency on the use of virgin material. It is important to note that revenue earned by the registered recycler from the sale of EPR certificate as mandated under these EPR rules is additional profit earned over and above the profit earned by the recycler after selling the used recycled material. The sale of EPR certificate has thus mobilized market resources for providing additional funds to the recycler and thus act as a type of production-linked incentives. In other words, more recycling volume will lead to higher the generation of and sale of EPR certificate by the registered recyclers. In the last 2 years, some already operating recyclers have expanding their recycling capacities. I know personally, Greenscape, Exigo, Pegasus, they have increased their recycling capacity in the various sectors, including the e-waste and lithium and battery. The collection and segregation of waste is a labor-intensive and sector due to the growth in the recycling sector. There is generation of jobs, huge job potential, and also informal waste collectors and workers are becoming part of the organized sector. Because Ministry has given under the all EPR rules that any entity who has not registered on the EPR portals cannot do any business with any unregistered entity. And it is also non-compliance of the rules, and environmental compensation and other penalty under the EP Act has been imposed on that. Policies formulated by Ministry has led to the development of completely new ecosystem, which is self-sustaining, growing, and would replace many practices harmful to the environment due to informal sector activities. They are doing recycling and dismantling of the electronic waste, battery waste in unhygienic conditions, which lead to the environmental impact and health impact also. At last, I would emphasize that it is a need of ours to promote and support recycling industry through appropriate measures, including incentives, land allocation, access to finance, and skilling of jobs, which can make India a huge job recycling of waste and refurbishment and retrading. In all EPR rules, there is a provision of refurbishment and retrading. In the e-waste management rules, there is a provision of refurbishment. Under the waste tire rules, there is a provision of retrading. And by promoting the refurbishment and retrading, Ministry has incentivized the reuse and reuse and deferment of obligation by the producers also, so that producers are also getting some benefit. If they are purchasing the refurbishment or retrading certificate, their EPR obligation will be deferred for such extended period. And also, even after end of life of that refurbishment period, they have to only 75% their obligation to have to complete instead of 100%. In the e-waste sector and lithium ion battery sectors, recycling sector are most important at present scenario, and they are required to equipped with the latest, advanced, and state-of-art recycling facility to get the recycled maximum precious metals, golds, and critical minerals from the e-waste and lithium-ion battery. This will not only lead to environmental benefit, but also expand job opportunities and resource conservation through environmentally sound management of waste and reducing use of virgin materials. In last, I would once again thanks REIA for inviting me and express my views. I am here if you have any clarification, any question, any queries regarding e-waste management rules, tire waste management rules, use dial, you can ask me. And just to inform you that Ministry are also proposing some other EPR rules which are in pipelines. And in that case, scrap metals for non-ferrous in advanced stage to be notified, and it will be notified very shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Singh, for your very good, elaborate, comprehensive presentation. Now, may I request now Dr. VP Yadav, Director of CPCB, to give his view on the waste battery recycling.
Thank you, sir. वैसे मुझे ज्यादातर चेहरे यहाँ पहचान के ही नजर आ रहे हैं, लेकिन फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल आई वुड लाइक टू थैंक डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार जी and Dr. Hota ji for inviting me in this conclave and giving you just a tangential touch of battery waste management in India. I am giving just tangential touch. I am not giving the deep because my earlier speaker has already covered a lot about the new rules. मुझे याद आता है समुद्र मंथन का, क्योंकि आज भी हम लोग दोहन कर रहे हैं, मंथन ही कर रहे हैं समुद्र का या सॉइल का, और उसमें जो विष निकला था वो तो शिव जी ने धारण कर लिया था। लेकिन आज हमारे सामने इतने शिव बैठे हुए हैं कि जो विष यहाँ निकल रहा है, मैं समझता हूँ कि जब तक वो धारण नहीं करेंगे, जब तक उसका प्रॉपर रिसाइकलिंग, प्रॉपर कंटेनमेंट नहीं करेंगे, हमारी श्यामला धरा अपना पुराना स्वरूप नहीं ले पाएगी। जैसा कि हमारे ऑनरेबल मिनिस्टर ने भी सुबह कहा कि जिस फॉर्म में हम रिसोर्स को ले रहे हैं, उस फॉर्म में हम उसमें डिस्चार्ज नहीं कर रहे। तो ये स्वरूप डे बाई डे बदलता जा रहा है, और हमारा कंज्यूमरिज्म नेचर हमको एक विनाश की ओर ले जा रहा है। तो वी हैव टू चेंज अवर हैबिट आल्सो। जस्ट एक छोटा सा एग्जांपल, हम सबकी जेब में मोबाइल है, उसमें बैटरी है। जिस टॉपिक को मैं ले रहा हूं, वी कैन नॉट लिव इवन 1 hour विदाउट अवर बैटरी एंड मोबाइल। यू विल सी सम बिहेवियरल चेंज इन साइड यू। ये मैंने एक्सपेरिमेंट अपने बच्चे के साथ किया। 1 घंटे के लिए मैंने अपना मोबाइल, उसका मोबाइल छुपा दिया, और ही वॉज बिहेविंग लाइक एनी, मतलब ऐसा लग रहा था कुछ डिस्टर्ब हो गया। और ये हम सबके साथ है। तो हमारी जो ये आदत पड़ गई, उसको हमें चेंज करना है, और साथ साथ वेस्ट के बारे में भी सोचना है कि हम अपनी प्रोग्रेस को अपना विनाश ना बना लें। इन्हीं सब चीजों को देखते हुए वेस्ट मैनेजमेंट रूल्स मिनिस्ट्री ने नोटिफाई किए, और ये बड़े कंप्रहेंसिव रूल्स हैं, जिसमें कि एक्सटेंडेड प्रोड्यूसर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी की धारणा भी रखी गई। लेकिन मैं ये कहता हूं, इट इज नॉट ओनली एक्सटेंडेड प्रोड्यूसर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी, इट इज रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी फॉर ऑल स्टेक होल्डर्स। यहाँ केवल प्रोड्यूसर की बात हम कर रहे हैं, बट दीज रूल्स हैव गिवन set of responsibilities to all stakeholders, starting from the lawmaker to implementer, R&D organizations, producers, and recyclers. क्वांटम ऑफ वेस्ट जनरेशन ऑलरेडी हमारे मंत्री जी ने, हमारे चेयरमैन साहब ने पहले ही आपको बताया। आज इंडिया में जो मुझे सेकेंडरी डेटा मैंने कलेक्ट किया, लगभग 15 लाख टन वेस्ट बैटरी लेड हमारे यहाँ जनरेट हो रहा है, which is being recycled. और लगभग 20,000-30,000 टन का लिथियम आयन बैटरी का प्रोडक्ट वेस्ट जनरेशन है, which is we are recycling. I am very happy to inform you that more than 70% of lead, sir, it is being recycled in our India, and only fresh 30% or 20% being used. So in lead recycling, lead acid battery recycling, we are quite mature. और ये बहुत समय से हो रही है, और जैसा कि हमारे चेयरमैन साहब ने अभी कहा कि उसमें जो वेस्ट जनरेट होता है अल्टीमेटली वो क्या होता है. ऑलरेडी सीपीसीबी has issued the guidelines to all the recyclers that all the waste being generated through the process, it should be collected properly, and if it is not recoverable, it should be sent to the TSDF facility. Or I think State Pollution Control Board are implementing these rules on the ground, and they are it is being complied. लिथियम आयन बैटरी एक नया एस्पेक्ट आया है, अभी हम इसमें बिल्कुल नेसेंट स्टेज में हैं, और वी हैव वेरी फ्यू रिसाइकलर्स इन द कंट्री लाइक एक्सिगो, एटेरो and all wood recyclers, and this capacity is being built up. But with the launch of e-vehicles and introduction of e-vehicle in coming 5 to 6 years, this capacity needs to be increased. आज की डेट में हमारा स्टेटस ये है कि mostly we are generating the black mass, and after generating this black mass, we are exporting to the other countries, which is lost to our country, in my sense, because हम क्रिटिकल मटेरियल को अपने देश के बाहर भेज रहे हैं, और हमारे यहाँ अभी सेल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग की भी कैपेबिलिटी नहीं है. कुछ प्लांट्स अभी आ रहे हैं, उसके बाद हम रीयूज के उसके ऊपर ध्यान देंगे कि जो भी क्रिटिकल मटेरियल हम रिकवर कर रहे हैं, इट शुड बी प्रॉपरली रीयूज्ड इन मेकिंग द न्यू बैटरी. और ऑल्सो वी आर गोइंग टू स्टैंडर्डाइज दिस प्रोसेस कि किस टाइप का मटेरियल रिकवर होगा, क्योंकि अभी हमने उतना स्ट्रिक्ट गाइडलाइन अपनी नहीं दी है कि आप इस क्वालिटी का मटेरियल रिकवर करें. तो ये अभी इनिशियल स्टेज है, मैं आपको आने वाले टाइम की बात बता रहा हूं. एवरीबॉडी हैज टू थिंक ऑन इट, पर्टिकुलरली और R&D सेक्टर. और R&D के लिए भी हमने जो है EPR क्रेडिट कॉस्ट जो हमने डिसाइड की है, उसमें मेरा रिक्वेस्ट है आप सब रिसाइकलर से कि प्लीज इन्वेस्ट सम मनी ऑन R&D. So these are the highlights of our battery waste management rules 2022. I am not going into the detail. A few amendments has also means incorporated into our rules considering the applicability. One amendment is that every battery should have the APR registration number on it, and it should be complied by the producer, so that we can identify in the market which battery is EPR registered and which is not EPR registered. Also, there is some labeling criteria also on the battery. So this battery will follow this criteria. Otherwise, it will invite the environmental compensation. This is the look of our EPR portal. You go through it, and it is very easy to operate. And we have given all type of information on our portal regarding the battery waste management rules, SOPs, and how to fill up the forms, how to get the EPR credit generated, how to transfer. So there is also one section that audio tutorial is there if you feel any problem. So it is very easy to handle and operate. And it is a comprehensive portal for all data. So we are trying, because it is my concept and is also everyone's concept. हम उस चीज को रेगुलेट नहीं कर सकते हैं जो मॉनिटर ना हो सके. So for monitoring purpose, we are giving registration to every producer, importer, manufacturer, and it gives me means I'm very satisfied that more than 30 to 100 producer has been registered on this portal, and also the recycler, more than 350 recycler has been registered on this portal. We have certain defined module here. As I have already discussed, our chairman has introduced you, this portal is working seamlessly, but still we are working for the development of this portal, and we are trying to combine all the portals, combined portal. So these are the various modules which we have prepared, and the forthcoming module is the audit module, I tell you. Yutika has also introduced you about this audit, because these are the money transactions. It is being taking place in terms of the IPR certificate. So we have to audit each and every industry, producer also, because whatever data they have submitted, it is union or not, we will check it through audit. And if there is any discrepancy, certainly we will means impose hefty fine on it, and the action will be taken as per the rule. This feature of EPR portal has also been, I have told you, it is very easy to operate. So obligations to all EPR this producers have been given as per the rule. EPR certificate generation, how it is being generated, we have consulted through various stakeholders, then we finalized it. And जितना आप अपना recovered material market में sale करते हैं, उसी के corresponding आपको EPR credit generate होता है. This is the status of EPR credits generated on the portal. You see here the category of lead, total about 5 lakh ton EPR credit has been generated, and about 3 lakh ton, 3.35 lakh ton has been transferred to the producer. So it is just starting, but I say it is a very good means achievement and a very good cooperation from the recycler and producer for operation of this EPR portal and transaction of this EPR credits. You can see here we don't have any facility for the cadmium and zinc. That's why this is very low here. And in terms of the lithium, also the capacity is not much. That's why the values are low. But rest of the, I think, metal, there should not be any problem in generating the EPR credits, because in India we have sufficient capacity for generation of this aluminum and this copper and iron, because these are the key battery material which we have inserted for the EPR credit generation and transfer. As I have already told, जो कि हमारा EPR obligation producer अगर meet नहीं करेगा, then we have to impose some environmental compensation. ये एक चैप्टर ऐसा है जिसके थ्रू हमने जो है एक मैकेनिज्म डेवलप किया कि हम रिसाइकलर को थोड़ा पुश दे पाए. जो अभी सुबह बात हो रही थी कि रिसाइकलिंग चार्ज उनको मिलना चाहिए, तो ये EPR क्रेडिट कॉस्ट जो है एक टाइप से आपका रिसाइकलिंग चार्ज है. वी हैव कैलकुलेटेड इट थ्रू in-depth discussion with all the stakeholders, and we have fixed this price. And the EPR means bottom price should be the 30% of this highest price. This range we have given in our guideline, and it is being followed. I hope that it should be followed on the ground also. Otherwise, this non-compliance will be there. So these EPR guidelines, EC guidelines has been published, and it is placed on our website for everyone concerned. Still, there are various challenges. Informal recycling is there, but slowly these are informal recycler are coming to the formal stream, and I hope that एक दिन ऐसा आएगा कि हम सब एक फॉर्मल रिसाइकलर और एक अच्छे बेहतर भविष्य के लिए हम आगे बढ़ेंगे. और रेगुलेशन का भी हमारा एक इन्फोर्समेंट जो ग्राउंड पर होता है, मैं खुद कह रहा हूं कि हमारे यहाँ उतना बड़ा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर नहीं है. पूरा CPCB, पूरा स्टेट बोर्ड अगर आप मिला लें, केवल 5000 से ज्यादा मैन पावर हमारे पास नहीं है, और इतने बड़े कंट्री को कंट्रोल करना, इसीलिए हम IT टूल्स भी अडॉप्ट कर रहे हैं EPR पोर्टल के थ्रू, अदर मींस के थ्रू. बट सर्टेनली वी विल डू द बेटर कंप्लायंस. एंड अबव ऑल, अपार्ट फ्रॉम दिस, यहाँ पर बहुत सारे स्टेक होल्डर बैठे हैं. बिना आपके सपोर्ट के, पॉलिसी मेकर, रेगुलेटरी अथॉरिटी, प्रोड्यूसर, मैन्युफैक्चरर, रिसर्च इंस्टीट्यूट, अगर हम सब साथ मिलकर एक प्लेटफॉर्म पे काम करेंगे तो कोई भी काम असंभव नहीं है. लेकिन फिर भी मैं कहता हूं कि ये धरती जो है सबकी आकांक्षाओं की पूर्ति तो कर सकती है, लेकिन किसी एक के लालच की नहीं. तो वी हैव टू चेंज अवर लाइफ स्टाइल. विद द शॉर्ट नोट, आई क्लोज माई टॉक हियर. थैंक यू वेरी मच.
Doctor, I think we are overshooted the time by 20 minutes. 12:15. So I think question and answer session will take during lunch time, or
I have one request. Which I want to.
Yeah, please.
Yes, please. Myself Nitish Tiwari. I am from Light Waste Recycling and Spreco Recycling, and we are into plastic, tire, and e-waste recycling. First of all, thank you to Minister Saab and Chairman Sir for giving their kind words for this conclave. And once again, thank you to Hota Sir and Ashok sir for this, arranging this conclave for all of us. As a recycler, we are in this industry from last more than 4 or 5 years. And first of all, thanks to CPCB team, they have done a fantastic job by arranging this portal. Even after we were facing the challenges in terms of portal having glitches, issues, they were regularly intervening with the calls, daily calls and everything. My only request is, right now we are developing or making our e-waste facility a big facility in UP region. What I have identified, there are, like ma'am said, we have more than 100 plus recyclers on the portal. My only request is for the categorization of the recyclers. As you mentioned in your SOPs, we will issue level 1, 2, 3 recycler. From last 1 year, I'm developing that plant. We have invested almost more than 100 millions into that plant. We are considering a recycler with capacity of 2,000 or 5,000 in same capacity, we are giving same preference to the recycler who is having 5,000 capacity in with the minimal infrastructure, and we are giving same weightage to the recycler who is having big capacities, who is having big infrastructure. I don't have any issue. They should exist so that we can improve the infrastructure of the country. My only request is for categorization of the recycler, as CPCB is doing regular audits for all the facilities. They should publish some kind of report so that we should aware what kind of facilities are there. If they are not up to the mark, they should put into the developing phase. First, you develop your facilities, then you can move into the capacities or the, like Sen Gupta sir said, there are most of the recycler is not following the laws. We should help them, guide them what kind of facility they should make, then they should put into the recycling categories. Because we are investing so much into the facilities, and even after investing those amount, producer like big brands, they are considering us same kind of recycler who has invested, you can say 10 million, and we are investing 100 millions, and they are considering both of us as a same plant, same infrastructure we have built. So that is a request which I have. On regular basis, some kind of report should be flashed so that we should be aware what kind of recyclers are there in the market.
थैंक यू। और आपका कंसर्न पार्टली ठीक है, लेकिन मैं आपसे ये बताना चाहता हूं कि अभी हमारा ऑडिट स्टार्ट हो रहा है, और जो आपका कंसर्न है कि जो जेन्युइन रिसाइकलर नहीं है ग्राउंड पर, उनको हम रिसाइकलर कैपेसिटी में रजिस्टर नहीं करेंगे। और ये वर्क स्टेट पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड को दिया गया है ऑन ग्राउंड वो करने के लिए। सीपीसीबी एक गाइड करता है उनको, क्योंकि इतनी हमारे पास मैन पावर नहीं है कि हम डोर टू डोर जाके उसको चेक करें। रजिस्ट्रेशन भी और अथराइजेशन, कंसेंट ग्रांट, ये पूरा स्टेट बोर्ड का काम है। फिर भी हम उनको गाइडलाइन दे रहे हैं, और मैं होप करता हूं कि जैसे कि मैंने कहा था कि बहुत जल्दी ही जो इनफॉर्मल रिसाइकलर हैं या जो इस टाइप की छोटी मोटी चीजें हैं वो एड्रेस होंगी। वो दिन ज्यादा दूर नहीं है कि सबको एक लाइन पर आना पड़ेगा, और एक सर्टेन स्टैंडर्ड हम प्रिस्क्राइब करेंगे सबके लिए, दैट हैव टू बी फॉलोड। थैंक यू।
I think with this note, we will close this session and request all the participants, if they have any questions, they can ask the presenter during the lunch time, or after this next session, which is the before lunch, we have one more session. After the session, if the 1 or 2 questions can be taken.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot. We are closing this session, and I kindly request Dr. Ashok to please come up over here and say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. V.P. Yadav, Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh, and Yuktika Puri ji, and our MOEF advisor. So we have 2 things to bring to their notice. As Nitesh has already brought, that the standards are very important. So the implementation of standards has to be expedited. Our recyclers are facing to have a conversation with the CPCB customer care. So we need that it should be extended for 1 hour more, so that all the problems are resolved on time. Otherwise, they are not able to generate the certificate. So our request is that instead of 1 hour, it can be extended to 2 hours. And as you have already done till Saturday, so my request is that it should be extended. That is one request to the CPCB and MOEF from our recyclers fraternity. I am very sure that 322 recyclers who have been carrying out the business for the last few years need to be standardized based on their plant and machinery, level 1, level 2, level 3, and whatever is the levels you are suggesting, so that we can have a responsible recycling. The regulator, the producer, and the recyclers have to be on the same page. And we want, since the concept is the pollutants to pay, but at the same time, we are helping the pollutants to collecting the material on their behalf and recycling in our premises. All risks are being taken by the recyclers. So therefore, we request the CPCB, MOEF, that the producers' handholding should be enforced so that we have enough quantity to recycle in various recycling facilities. The roadmap for the Viksit Bharat, today, if I take the example of 3 million tons, which is published data of e-waste is concerned, by the time we reach 2047, the 30 million e-waste will be generated in India. So all our recyclers has to come forward, increase their capacities, increase their machineries, increase their technologies, so that we can cope up with the quantity which is coming in the next decade. It will be huge quantity for recycling. I think 322 will not be sufficient to recycle that much quantity. So the recycling fraternity is going to gain a lot if we all together come forward, recycle in a responsible manner. The responsible word is very important here. The descaling of the material is not enough. Putting the hazardous material on the landfill is not desired by the MOEF. So therefore, these two things has to be kept in mind. Whenever you have any problem, you are most welcome to come to the RIA. We are a voice of our SME and MSME recyclers. We will help in all respect for their problems, and we will resolve it in consultation with MOEF and CPCB, because the CPCB and MOEF is now working in tandem with the Recyclers Association. They are helping the recyclers, they are helping the producers. But the audits, which has to be carried out at the earliest, we would request that the audit of recyclers, audit of the producers is the need of the hour to enforce the law which you have framed. The law is framed by you. The implementation is on the part of producers, recyclers, and other stakeholders. But at the same time, we need your support so that this law is enforced in complete spirit, so that the responsible recycling takes place in our country. We are very much grateful to Yadav ji and Yuktika Puri and Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh, BB Sen, and our advisors from MFS who has come and delivered their best to us. Again, we should clap for them for bringing it. Thank you very much. I think for the next session, you will speak.
Thank you so much, sir. Thanks a lot. And it was quite an insightful session. We are moving ahead, but first we have the felicitation ceremony. I kindly request Dr. Ashok Kumar, please move ahead and please felicitate Ms. Yothika Puri. Can we have once again big round of applause, everyone? Thank you so much. Now I kindly request Dr. B. Sen Gupta, please move ahead and please felicitate Mr. Sharad Kumar Palrela. Thank you so much. Now, once again, I request Dr. Ashok Kumar, please felicitate Dr. Vinod Kumar Singh.
Thank you for coming, yes, sir, and it's really pleasure.
Next, we have, I kindly request Dr. B. Sen Gupta, please move ahead and please felicitate Dr. V.P. Yadav. Thank you so much for coming. And now I request, okay, now I request Mr. R.K. Bansal, please felicitate Dr. B. Sen Gupta. I kindly request. Thank you so much once again. Big round of applause. Now let's have a group picture. We have next session. We have session 2.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us here today. Moving ahead with our next session, everyone. We are already running short of time. So I kindly request Dr. R.B. Lal, Director, MOEFCC, please join us. He will chair this session. And to co-chair this session, I kindly request Dr. Praveen Bhargava, Vice President, RIA, to please join us. Dr. R.B. Lal, Director, MOEFCC, Director, Scientist, F Ministry of Environment, Forest and Climate Change, handling EIA and monitoring. So yes, let's welcome him all together, everyone. And also, I kindly request Dr. Praveen, a seasoned environmental professional, holds a BSc and MSc in chemistry from Delhi University with 33 years of experience in environmental monitoring, pollution control systems, and waste management. He founded the Perfect Group in 2004. He's an expert in e-waste and pollution control systems, having previously served as the technical head at Ataro Recycling Private Limited. Currently, he is the CEO of Pegasus Waste Management Private Limited, a leading e-waste recycling company in Gurugram. Mr. Praveen is also the regional chairman North of the Association of Indian Laboratories, AOIL. He is here with us. He will co-chair this session. And moving ahead, I request Dr. B. Sen Gupta, please join us over here. He will be talking about the current environmental sound technologies for lead recovery from lead acid battery industries in India. Okay, he's already here. Will present on the environmental technologies for lead recovery, Mr. B. Sen Gupta. And now I request Mr. Bhuvan Purohit. He will be talking about a look at India's largest zero waste and circular green recycling complex for lithium ion battery and spent catalyst. Mr. Bhuvan Purohit is the Executive Director of Corporate Strategy and Planning at Rubaman Private Limited, specializing in zero waste recycling of critical metals. A chartered accountant and company secretary, he previously led the zinc chemicals business and is now focused on expanding the company's presence in lithium ion battery recycling. Moving ahead, now I request Ms. Asuri Deepika from TERI. She will be joining us. She will be talking about waste management and recycling national and international perspectives. She will share her insights on the national and international perspectives on waste management and recycling.
Chair would be taken of the session.
So, Thank you. We have Ms. Deepika from TERI. Ms. Deepika, Chemical Engineer and Research Associates at TERI Center for Waste Management, specializes in solid waste management, EPR and sustainability reporting. With over 5 years of experience, she has worked with recyclers, co-processors and waste management organizations to fulfill EPR targets across India. Now she will be sharing her perspectives on waste management from both national and international viewpoints. Also, everyone, I request Mr. Vivek JM, please join us from GIS. I kindly request, please join us. He will be talking about gender inclusive, transformative approaches in waste management. The importance of gender inclusive approaches in waste management. Mr. Vivek, yes, he's here with us as an advisor at GIS India, working on circular economy and waste management projects, including Indo-German and EU-India initiatives. Formerly a German Chancellor Fellow, he holds a master's degree in environmental science and engineering from IIT Bombay and specializes in sustainable urbanizations. Thank you. And here we go. Let's get started with the session. I kindly request Dr. R.B. Rao to chair this session.
सभी को नमस्ते। सबसे पहले मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूं जो हमारे रिसाइकलिंग इन्वायरमेंट इंडस्ट्री एसोसिएशन ऑफ इंडिया है, जिन्होंने एक बहुत ही आउटस्टैंडिंग इस प्रोग्राम को ऑर्गेनाइज किया कॉन्क्लेव को, क्योंकि इस प्रोग्राम में बेसिकली जो वास्तव में आप लोग डायमंड हो जो इंडस्ट्रीज से हैं, जो लोग की हमारे जो जितना भी रिसाइकलिंग करते हैं, कैसे देश की चीज़ों को बेटर करने के लिए बेस टू वेल्थ में कन्वर्ट करते हैं, तो हम मंत्रालय की तरफ से, मिनिस्ट्री एनवायरमेंट की तरफ से आप लोग को बहुत ही ज़्यादा अप्रिसिएशन है इस चीज़ के लिए। एंड दूसरा मैं थैंक यू वेरी मच डॉक्टर अशोक कुमार प्रेसिडेंट हैं, जो डॉक्टर मनोरंजन होता डीजी एंड डॉक्टर प्रवीण भार्गव वाइस प्रेसिडेंट एंड देयर टीम, बिकॉज दे डिड ए लॉट ऑफ हार्ड वर्क फॉर ऑर्गेनाइजिंग दिस वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सेशन। सिंस मैं बताना चाहूँगा, क्योंकि हमारे सेशन को हमें थोड़ा 20 मिनट कम मिले हैं, टोटल 1 घंटे का सेशन होता है, हमें 20 मिनट कम मिले हैं, तो मैं कहना चाहूँगा कि हमारे जो पायनियर एक्सपर्ट हैं, नेशनल एंड इंटरनेशनल एक्सपर्ट हैं, उनसे रिक्वेस्ट होगा कि थोड़ा सा कम समय में बताएं। जैसे हमारे सेशन अगर देखें तो 4 हमारे पायनियर इमिनेंट एक्सपर्ट हैं, उनके बारे में मैं तो बहुत छोटी पोस्ट पे हूँ। जैसे डॉक्टर बी सेन गुप्ता हैं, एक्स मेंबर सेक्रेटरी रह चुके हैं, इन्होंने देश के लिए रिसाइकलिंग में ढेर सारे काम किए। जैसे आप लोग रेड बुक जो पासबुक की बात करते हो, उसी जमाने का इनिशिएटिव है। मैंने सर के गाइडेंस में सेंट्रल पोल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड में साइंटिस्ट की तरह वहाँ काम किया है। सर ने बहुत बड़े काम किए हैं, सर यहाँ पर बताएंगे कुछ इसके बारे में। एंड दूसरे डॉक्टर भुवन जी हैं, ये भी एक नेशनल एक्सपर्ट हैं, काफ़ी डिटेल्स में इनके बारे में लोग जानते हैं। एंड मिस आसुरी दीपिका है टेरी से, एक रिसर्च करते रहते हैं, ये भी बताएंगे इस प्रोग्राम में। एंड लास्ट में मिस्टर विवेक जेएम है, जो कि GIZ के में ढेर सारे इंटरनेशनल पॉलिसीज को देखते हैं। चूंकि समय कम है, मैं सभी लोगों से रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि कृपया करके हमारे इसको सहयोग दें। तो सबसे पहले और मैं वेलकम करता हूं हमारे वाइस प्रेसिडेंट डॉक्टर प्रवीण भार्गव, जो हमारे साथ हैं, हम लोग मिलकर इस सेशन को कंटिन्यू करेंगे। तो सबसे पहले मैं डॉक्टर बी सेन गुप्ता सर को रिक्वेस्ट करना चाहूँगा कि आके सर अपने करंट इन्वायरमेंट साउंड टेक्नोलॉजी फॉर लेड रिकवरी फ्रॉम लेड एसिड बैटरी इंडस्ट्रीज इन इंडिया के बारे में बताएं। थैंक यू वेरी मच सर।
Thank you, Dr. Lal, Chairman of this committee, and Vice Chairman, Dr. Bhargav. Because there's a lead recycling presentation is already made by Dr. Yadav, I have requested to change my presentation. I will give an overview of the current status of waste management in India with special reference to waste recycling and reuse. This is very important. I will give an overall picture what is happening in the country and what should be done. I will be very brief this thing. I will start with in the presentation is the waste recycling as per Rule 9 of Hazardous Waste Management Rule 2016. Under the Rule 9, there are tremendous work has been done by CPCB, and there are various type of waste, mostly the hazardous waste. For their SOP have been developed. There's more than 70 now, and these are practiced by more than 5,000 recyclers in our country. Unfortunately, may not be member of this RIA, so they may not be attending, but their contribution is very high. So I will just highlight what they are doing. Second one is the waste circularity, in which the waste processing in cement plant plays a very important role. I will mention that the TSR rate, the thermal substitution rate in our country is very less than 5%, which should be increased. And you know that Honorable Prime Minister in his speech in the Republic in the 15th August, he has mentioned we should promote the co-processing of the waste in cement plants. Then MSW rules, there are a lot of emphasis on the recycling and reuse, especially the biodegradable waste. Lead recovery from the used lead acid battery, Dr. Yadav has already given a lot of insight of that. Lithium recovery from used batteries of the electric vehicles. There's a very new area, and I think by 2030, the huge quantity of the battery will come from the EV batteries, and the recycling potential is very, very high. Management of waste and oil and used oil. Again, then morning it was discussed. And then fly ash, which is we are generating about 200 million ton. The fly ash can be used in the cement plant for making the fly ash pozzolana cement. This is another very important area. I think otherwise, and CPCB and MOEF has done a lot of work on this, on the utilization of fly ash. Solvent recovery from chemical industry, that is also a very important. And Dr. Lal, in his when he was granting the EC in the MOEF, he emphasized a lot on solvent recovery, and the solvent recovery things have been increased from 55% to the efficiency is more than 85%. And recently, we have done a work with the Niti Aayog on the further how to improve the solvent recovery. And finally, I will brief about the recommendation way forward. Waste recycling under the Rule 9, I will not give the Rule 9 details, but one thing is that lot of waste under this Rule 9, which is prescribed for the 36 categories of industries, can be recycled. One is the spent catalyst, for example. And the spent catalyst generated from refinery, from petrochemical, this can be used. There is a lot of SOPs have been developed. I will not go into the details. Similarly, the oily sludge, which has a very good calorific value. It is generated from the refinery, petrochemical, and a lot of chemical industry. So again, the SOPs have been developed, and this is the list of the recycling things which SOPs have been developed. I will not go into details on that, but I will take one or two to give a flavor of what is happening in the field of recycling and reuse, like spent solvent containing toluene, xylene, cyclohexane acid. These are not toxic hazardous waste, and this is generated by the chemical industry, mostly pharmaceutical industry, pesticides, etc. Now with the SOP, we can generate, recover the solvents and mix with solvent. And I am very happy that recent survey of the Niti Aayog, which is done, we have found that the 60 to 70% solvents are recovered from this waste and then reused in the industry. So that is one. Then all the air pollution control equipment, the dust which is generated. Again, what is happening to that? Again, there's the LD furnace, electric arc furnace, etc. They are air pollution control equipment, generate the dust. This dust can be reutilized again. So there is SOPs are available and industries are working. So I will not go into detail, but they're like a spent oil, anode buck, spent aluminum industry, spent pot lining from aluminum industry. These are all things are available, and this can be used. There are more than 70 this type of waste, which is the SOPs have been formed, and there are more than 5,000 industries are working. The recyclers are working in this country. So I will request Dr. Hota to kindly bring these people also in this ambit of this association, so that they can be benefited with the knowledge which this association is giving. Co-processing of the waste in cement plant. This is very big area, very big area. Unfortunately, again, it is not discussed in this in length in this thing. I will give a flavor. What is the best thing in the recycling? You can see that various type of non-hazardous waste, like RDF from municipal solid waste, used tires, hazardous waste, industrial plastic waste, have a very good calorific value. I have listed here some of the calorific value of this waste. This can be used as a partial fuel in cement kiln. Beauty of the cement kiln is that cement kiln, the temperature of the kiln goes up to 1400 degrees centigrade. Everything is totally burnt. There is nothing, no toxic gases are present. And whatever the apprehension have been made that the dioxin or furan can be formed, in case of cement plant, cement kiln, if the temperature is maintained, that the formation is very less. CPCB has done for this evolving of this policy about the trial run for about the 200 industries they have done. And the sampling and analysis are done for the dioxin and furan also. And we have found that none of the sample, it is exceeding the standard. So there is very safe, you can say. Then again, a lot of industrial are available for blending material. For example, fly ash, which is generating, we are generating 200 million ton. This can be used for the cement making, and the fly ash pozzolana cement is very popular. Blast furnace slag, lime sludge, lead zinc slag, and phosphatic chalks also. There are a lot of non-hazardous waste are available in the country which can be used. So I have given a list here, what is the total quantity of the waste which is available as a fuel, like hazardous waste 0.65 million ton, biomass 150 million ton, you can say, used tire 0.83 million ton, industrial plastic waste 0.2 million ton, and so on and so forth. Similarly, alternate raw materials for the cement making is the fly ash and blast furnace slag, huge quantities available. I will not go into detail, and the co-processing, there is a lot of benefits. I will not go in the details of that. Similarly, municipal solid waste. If you see the municipal solid waste, if you do the properly biodegradable waste, you can separate it out. Then it can go for the composting, which can be used by farmer, or the biogas CNG, we can go for bio CNG. Again, this is the very priority things of the government of India. And recently, the government is supporting to set up the 500 bio CNG plant in the country. So that is very big, and big players like in the country are participating in that to setting up this bio CNG plant. So if it is successful, then all the municipal dump site problem maximum will be solved. So there is a municipal solid waste also. Many things can be recycled, like plastic waste. Thin, not thin, but the coarse plastic bags, carry bags, having size more than 120 microns. CPCB has come out with the beautiful guidelines for that. PET bottles, etc. This all can be recycled. Again, these people are not part of this association, so I will again request that they should be included in that. Recovery of lead from the used lead acid battery, and there's Dr. Yadav has given all these things. So only thing is that here, I will say that the standard which is formulated and notified by Ministry of Environment, many cases is not followed. For example, lead in work zone area is 0.05 milligram per normal meter cube, lead in emission 10 milligrams, lead in effluent, and most important is the lead in the blood of the workers, which is also given in the standard is there. This is the flow chart of the recycling of battery waste. You can see that in the recycling of lead acid batteries, we can recover the acid, which is an important thing, which can be neutralized, and the sludge can be used again in the various uses are there. Then the lead, by the pyro process or the rotary furnace, we can recover the lead from that. Lead slag, in the morning I was mentioning this thing, lead slag, in many plants it is seen that the lead in the slag is going as high as 2%. So again, we have to fine tune the rotary furnace functioning so that the more and more lead is recovered from that. So lead recycling is very, very matured things in our country, and many good players are there, like Tata is there, Exide is there, and then many big players are there. They are doing a very good in the field of the lead recycling. Finally, I will come to the recommendation. Because time is short, I will give my brief recommendation and way forward. Recycling and reuse of waste, both hazardous waste and non-hazardous waste, should be promoted, ensuring that the recyclers strictly follow the SOP given by CPCB in their respective waste recycling. It is very important that they are recovering the good material, but what is happening to the rest of the things which has become hazardous, which is also hazardous waste, that should be disposed properly. So many recyclers which I have seen, the problem is that the byproduct of the recycling process are not disposed properly. So this is one thing which I request the SPCBs and CPCB to look into on this. Then CPCB has issued SOP for about 70 categories of industries under the Rule 9 of the Hazardous Waste Management Rule. The recyclers are more than 5,000. Their performance evaluation should be done. And I think as Dr. Yadav has mentioned rightly, that the CPCB has the resource crunch with respect to manpower. They should form the committee with the CPCB, NML, NCL, NEERI, and IITs. These committees can visit some selected groups, selected industry to find out what are the performance of those recycler things, EST, whether they're following or not. This thing is very, very productive. What the Ganga Action Plan, the CPCB and National Clean Ganga Mission, they have done. They have formed a team with the IIT that is functioning very well. So similar things can be done for the recyclers also. Then co-processing of waste in cement plant is very, very important. Toxic component of the waste can be used as a fuel in the cement kiln. The non-toxic things like non-hazardous waste can be used as a filler material, blending material, and the thermal substitution rate, which is less than 5% in our country. In the developed countries, if you see the US or say Netherlands or say Sweden or Norway, the TSR rate is more than 80%. So we are very, very, we have to, there is a lot of scope is there. The cement plant, as Yadavji was mentioning, the Bhagwan ship, it can take all the type of waste. And the circular economy, the cement plant plays a very important role. So TSR rate can be easily increased to 20%, more than 20%, subject to government gives some incentive about the transportation of this waste and other things. Lead recovery from the used lead acid battery should be promoted by the units having environmental sound technology recommended by CPCB. There are more than 3,000 such units and mostly not meeting the EST. As I mentioned, there's in the lead recycling, two groups are there. One is the good, the large one, who are following all the EST things. There are some small and medium scale who are mostly are the illegal sector they are doing. They are not paying the taxes, they are not adhering to the laws, they are not meeting the standards, their emissions are very high. Even in Delhi, there's the outskirts of Delhi, there's a place like Burari, where there are hundreds of lead recycling industry using the high technology still functioning. So that has to be stopped. Otherwise, the lead emission things cannot be this has come in the last CAQM meeting this also should be included in their action plan for that. State-of-art facility for lithium recovery from EV batteries should be created. That is very important. If you see the whole world, there are about 22 technologies are there. 22 good large industries in different countries like Germany or Netherlands and US. They have the lead recovery facility. Our NML, National Metallurgical Laboratory, has also come out with a good technology. And recently, a group has been formed with the Niti Aayog with NML. I am also part of that. So they are giving the standardizing the process of the lead recycling, lithium-ion recycling technology, which has to be followed. So there is one thing which is very important, will have to be followed. Waste oil and used oil generated from various sources should be processed following the EST evolved by CPCB. I think these are the things we have given a lot of emphasis during my time, and Dr. Lal was in charge of this waste oil, used oil thing, and he has done very good work on that, but still a lot of things has to be improved in this waste oil, used oil, because the implementation of the EST regulations are very important here. Fly ash, I have already mentioned. The steel industry, which is a large generator of the waste in our country, like the blast furnace slag or steel melting shop slag, etc., should be utilized. Carbon portion, these are the technologies are already there. We have to just push them. Carbon portion of the spent pot lining, which has a very good calorific value, should be generated from the aluminum industry, should be used as a fuel in the boiler. Various solvent uses in chemical industry should be recovered in the solvent recovery plant and reused. The efficiency of solvent recovery plant should be more than 80%. So these are some of the things with the waste recycling thing which we should do. And beside this e-waste and things which is already presented by Yuthika ji and other, this is a very remarkable thing. I'm very happy that good work is happening in the CPCB now. We have to see that thing totality. So my last recommendation to this RIA, the organization, especially the DG of the RIA, that some other waste recyclers should also be part of this association, so that they can also be benefited and we all should also be benefited. Thank you very much for me. I'm available for the presentation.
Thank you very much, sir, for giving this your valuable guidance and way forward to the on the subject for this August audience. Now I request Mr. Bhuvan Purohit ji, with respect to they have to make the presentation with respect to look at India's largest zero-waste and circular green recycling complex for lithium-ion battery and spent catalyst. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Dr. Lal. I'm going to be your night watchman. I'm going to finish this presentation in 10 minutes. Okay, this presentation I'm dedicating to Sri Yadav ji and Jyotika, who sit here today. And the reason is that a long time back I met him and I told him that we are going to create India's largest, most sustainable and circular and most advanced recycling capability in lithium-ion batteries. And I'm very happy and pleased to say that the factory has gone into operation in Gujarat in a 75-acre green recycling complex, which is both free of any landfill waste and free of any water waste. So, and thank you so much, sir, for staying over for the presentation. I know you had a busy day today. I'll skip this. Rubamin is about $300 million organization into recycling for last 4 decades. So we have been, we are present in multiple metals, which I'll talk about. I'm skipping this. Zinc, we are the largest zinc oxide producers in the country from recycling of galvanizing waste. And these are some of the products that we make, various zinc chemistries, which now has moved on to create sunscreen. We are suppliers to some of the very large players in Australia, Japan, and US. And very soon, the sunscreen that you'll be using will actually have rubamin zinc oxide in it. We have a clean tech SBU, and as Sir said, Mr. Sengupta, that spent catalyst recycling, we are the largest hydrometallurgy spent catalyst recycler in the world, which is zero waste. We have a capacity of 35,000 tons and we extract multiple metals. And now we have the India's largest lithium-ion battery recycling facility, which can take all the black mass India has generated this year. The complex, that's 25 acres of zero waste complex with 100 crores investment going into the largest metallurgical capacity of R&D dedicated only to recycling and to making value to battery metals or battery chemicals. This is a running complex. It looks like an image from a 3D. Basically, it's a ISO 9001, 14001, 45001, and 50001 certified facility, which is right now undergoing an upgradation to Industry 4.0. And you'll be very pleased to hear this, Mr. Yadav, that we have moved to Industry Internet of Things. We are applying automation, machine learning, AI capabilities to recycling in this complex. A centralized control system which controls now 6,000 inlet outlets of acids and additives, which will be continuously feeding all the data. Our center can automatically set the plan for new waste. So if there is a change in the waste, characterization, we do not need to depend on the workman or the production supervisor to set the plan. It can be automated, be selected from the central DCS control system on the lake. We have partnered with DSS Plus, which is two-point safety system, a gold standard in safety. This factory is, we've had an association for 2.5 years. So the very large companies do not associate with DSS because they tend to change your capex plans automatically. This is a recycling facility which is controlled by them, and it is running at zero accident as of now. Power of zero, that's what we called it. This is like a dream. This was a dream that Rubamin started living about 10 years back, that one day we will recycle 100,000 tons of toxic waste and hazardous waste from this country, and we will do it with zero water, zero waste, zero liquid discharge, zero fossil energy, zero incident, and zero carbon. And that's what we call the power of zero. And thank you. I can tell you, you will be surprised that we are already zero waste. We are already zero landfill. We have already gone to 50% water, a hydrometallurgy capability at 50% water intake from lake. We have the permissions, but we don't take river water or underground water. We have started doing it through a large rainwater management system. Zero carbon, we have declared that this company will become zero carbon by 2050 in our latest sustainability report, which is, we have taken our initiative through GRI, where we have, though not mandated, we have a GRI report on our website. We have an ESG score to present us in the League of the Sustainable Enterprises. We have a World Business Council for Sustainable Development. I know some of you would be recyclers here. How many of you are circular or talk about circularity? I think everybody talks about circularity, but how many measure it? Ruben this year stood at 35.8% circular, which means all the metals that we recovered, we sold 60% to the same industry from where the waste came, but we became 35% circular because we were adding acids and water and alkali, which is not circular, it becomes linear. So to become 100% circular is a very, very large ask. And Ruben has taken that we will move to 50% circularity in the coming years. And for that, we are investing very large sums into R&D. SBTi alignment, we have already done the base scale. We will be among the top 2,000 companies in the world, which will be working towards a more lesser, hotter planet, so as to say, through the Science-Based Target Initiative, which is, so our targets are not just our targets, they are recognized by a scientific team that they will be everybody's, that these targets are genuine. And of course, carbon disclosure, we've done our carbon disclosure in 2023, and we are now working towards zero carbon. And just to look at the infrastructure from inside for spent catalyst recycling, these are some of them are patented processes. We have the patents for there is an interesting phenomena for a roaster, which you see in the center. It is a negative energy roaster. It roasts the catalyst and it generates steam, and that steam powers the balance of the plant. A fantastic innovation. We have a patent on that roasting. I will skip this for the time and get straight to lithium-ion battery. The black mass refining chemical process has started this year. February, now we have started production officially. We have got all our approvals in place, and battery shredding is going to start in September 25. That will be the largest and the most advanced shredding unit in the country. We will be recovering electrolytes, which are currently being released in the air. 15% of batteries made of electrolytes, which are carcinogenic. We will be shredding in the inert environment, so there is no fire chances at the time of shredding. And then battery discharge process, we've already ordered our machines. We will be discharging the batteries. We will be looking at second life. It will be one-stop shop or to a battery manufacturer to get the best value for their batteries, because all these chemicals that we produce from here are going back to either making batteries, until the time that doesn't happen in India, other applications where it is relevant. So that's the India's largest hydrometallurgical recycling complex, and I'll give you a look at the complex. I was told by one of my European and a Japanese friend, I have never seen a recycling facility like this in my entire life in anywhere in the world. And it was such a proud moment for all of us, because everybody came to India with a view that, oh, India, recycler, I don't want to do business with you. Because, and I call it the liability of origin. Because if you are into selling cobalt for a catalyst company and you are doing it from recycling operation, chances are you're not making a good product. But we get, and as on date, and I'm talking, we get premium over primary metal compounds from the catalyst companies for making from waste. And this year, two large international companies have given us a premium over the existing compounds, which they are buying from mining material. So which kind of, it can happen once, it can happen 100 times and 1,000 times over. And that's what, this is the entrance to the facility. Our office building generates its own power. This is one of its kind building designed by an architect and a landscape artist, world renowned in Ahmedabad. And this facility in Halol, Gujarat, close to Vadodara, this building produces its own power and it produces food for the canteen because the entire facade of the building is green climbers which generate vegetables which go to our canteen. And it does that, not just that, it has a huge contribution towards art because our company does spend in dying arts. We are trying to procure, to prevent them. So there is a lot of work which you will find there. That's the green building which I was talking about. This facility right now has 1,500 people working. 1,000 people for the production, 800 to 1,000, and additional 600 right now working on the new expansion of facilities. Somebody told me this looks like a data center. This is actually the solvent extraction and leaching facilities of Rubamin for the batteries, sir. This facility is going to be 100% controlled, so it actually is a data center. There is something called, which we call the nerve center, or the global steel racks, we call them, and we sometimes call them the nerves of steel, because this carries 174 kilometers of pipeline inside the factory. Cables, it carries data cables, it carries gases, ammonia, acids, alkali, water. All of that moves through this 75-acre campus, through this global pipe racks, which go from one building to another. Most of the buildings, including the battery recycling, is 36 meters high. It's 4 floors. To save the land area that we have, it runs on 4 floors. And what you see there is a sodium sulfate plant, which does the evaporation of water, condenses it back into the process. And now we have the innovation center where we are putting in 100 crores, 100 to 125 scientists. We currently have 30. We will be recruiting additional 70 scientists to work in this center. And this center is coming up on the lake. I have purposefully not put the photographs here, but I will share that very soon, because next year the center would be active and will be working exclusively on battery, adding value to the chemicals that we produce, and on recycling to ensure that every step and every change that the battery technology does, we are able to recycle all those batteries with zero waste, just as we do it today. This facility can now take LFP, NMC, LCO, and LMFP chemistry, and we are trying to develop more processes and to ensure that we remain contemporary. Those are the metals we are targeting. 300 tons of molybdenum, which we are doing. We are the largest producer of molybdenum right now, with 2,000 tons being done today. Cobalt, 2,700 tons, nickel, 3,200 tons, vanadium, 2,300 tons, lithium, 1,000 tons, manganese, 2,000 tons, and tungsten, 200 tons. These are in metal content. In absolute chemicals, this would be over 100,000 tons of various chemicals. And the real impact. We decided that we will not settle for impact, which is by records or figures. We asked the Gujarat Nature Conservation Society and now Gujarat Ecology Society to do a survey of our facility, which has now ordered 5,000 additional trees to be planted over the next 2 years. The avian diversity survey is showing an increase. 4,700 birds of 77 species were spotted inside the factory, and some of the migratory birds have made our lake their home. And that's the lake which I talked about, which now has a 1 megawatt hour floating solar plant. And the company has just signed an MOU, and our project will be up in December for 3 megawatt of solar and 3.3 megawatt of wind integrated to this facility. It's our dream of making it zero fossil and zero water. And we'll soon see another lake. And that's Rubamin, and that's critical metal recycling in India for you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you very much for giving the insight of the plant and their facilities. And congratulations to your team and for this prestigious and innovative work you are doing for the nation. Thank you very much. Now I request Ms. Asuri Deepika from the TERI, and she will make the presentation with respect to waste management and recycling national and international perspective. Over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here today. So let's start the presentation and understand the correlation between recycling, waste management, material recovery, and the climate change. Let's start with this quote. Waste is a byproduct of an urban lifestyle. So everything which is a residue, it's our byproduct of our urban living. Whether it is paper, plastic, MSW waste, all are the residues of our lifestyle. So these are the simplified stages of a material recovery. The stage 1 is resource utilization, extraction. The stage 2 is the waste generation and collection. And the stage 3 is the material recovery and disposal. As we all know today, the resources are finite in nature, and the disposal methods and the area which are being used for disposal, largely like landfills, are also infinite nature only. We have land at a very limited cost, and we know that most of our cities are being exhausted with the existing landfill being overwhelmed. Next, we come to stage 2, which is waste collection. Waste not collected is a litter, and waste not processed is a dump. If we are not collecting the waste, then it's a litter all around. And if we are collecting it and unable to process it on the same day, then we will send it to a dump specialized for landfills or other areas. And the stage 2, the collection and generation is directly dependent on the waste segregation efficiency and the infrastructure availability. Then the material and disposal phase. Recycling is one of the oldest material recovery mechanism, and the arrival of post-use material at the facility is a crucial step. Unless the material reach to a facility, there is a very less utilization of the technology available today. Moving forward, why it is important what we do today. So how the ineffective waste management is affecting the climate change. With known and unknown complexities of material design and the volumes of waste being generated, there are a lot of sequential steps to be followed for a proper waste management. If any step we are unable to follow, then it will lead to increase in GHG emissions, biodiversity loss, material and energy wastages, pollutions, microplastic indulgence in our oceans, and then soil contamination. So let's see how the world is dealing with waste. So here I present with the two of the reports which have been published in 2012 and 2024. If we can see, it was estimated in the report 2012 by World Bank that 1.3 billion ton per year of waste is being generated, and by 2025 it will reach to 2.2 billion tons of waste per year. And the next report, which has been published by UNEP 2024, it's already confirming that by 2023 we were generating 2.1 billion tons of waste, and by 2050 we will be crossing 3.8. So these reports are the example of our current situation. In this complete 1 decade, there have been multiple emergence of rules, and there are multiple infrastructure being available, but still the waste generation is same, and it's increasing day by day. So what is the waste management outlook in India today? Based on CPCB report of 2021 financial year, so we are generating around 4 lakh tons of material of plastic waste per annum. every year we are generating around 4 lakh tons of plastics. And in the financial year 2021, only 50% of waste generated was treated, while 18% was landfill and 31% was unaccounted. So if the projection by Statista, if we can see that the approximate value which will be 5,543 million tons by 2050. So these are the some correlation between the waste management and how the combating climate change. So these are some of the statistics where how recycling can help the recovery of material, conserve energy, and cut GHG emissions. So if I can just move forward. So these are the complete overview and summary of the recycling environmental impact. For aluminum recycling saves 95% of energy compared to making new aluminum from bauxite. So this alone can save around 90 million metric ton of CO2 each year. If we come to e-waste recycling 1 laptops 30,000 pounds of copper, around 14 tons of copper, 35 kgs of gold, and 350 kgs of silver. What are the challenges of waste management? So we can see the waste management challenges. There are waste generated non-participation, mixed waste, which is actually difficult to fix, inadequate infrastructure, contamination of recycling streams, such as biodegradable plastics. Right now in the market, we know that biodegradable plastic have been highly available as a substitute. But from a recycling perspective, how effective it can be, or it will be leading to a contamination and lowering the speed of recycling from a recycler perspective. Increasing volume and type of waste. There are different types of waste being introduced, and with the increasing volumes also. So resource constraint. There are we are very limited with the resources of manpower because they are not skilled enough for handling every type of waste. But in case solar recycling requires a specific type of manpower to work with for handling and management. So on the left hand side, you can see what is an ideal waste management system will look at. It will be 100% waste segregation with 0% of mix. Collection efficiency must be 100%. Material transfer to material recovery facility, 0 lit. 100% recycling material recovery. Conversion of informal sector to formalization. Material traceability. And controlled or zero landfill. Why segregation as a catalyst for transformation? So there are tons of materials that do not reach any material recovery facility, making it impossible to recover material or energy. This leads to underestimate the real infrastructure capacity. During our surveys, Terry found that we were not able to landscape what is the current quantity of recycled material available in India. With new targets of EPR, there is very low visibility of the current roadmap available for the recycled materials. With 100, if all material is segregated and reaching to a material recovery facility, we can understand the difficulties of various products and revise the regulation to streamline the processing and disposal mechanism. With the availability of infrastructure, we can understand whether we have to revise few of the regulations and strengthen few of the policies based on the material being introduced in the market. With 100% segregation, resource utilization and raw material consumption can be predicted, which is not at all, we don't have the market demand right now, which is aid in evaluating the market demand. Specific segregation mandate should be based on material composition. So tender coconut are very different from a wet waste or other food waste. So it should be categorized in a different matter. So moving forward, so the road is challenging for the recycling market, but there are few of the shining examples of case studies which have been there. So 10 years of Swachh Bharat mission has given us a digital transformation for data management and data entry. So right now in the Swachh Survekshan portal, we can have the detail about 96,000 wards. And then extended producer responsibilities also, which we are all aware of. So these are the few national case studies which have been done. So Panaji, it is doing 16 ways of segregation. So the city is amending the segregation should be happen in 16 different ways. And Uttarakhand, how it has, these are the example of segregation model and collection model. Digital DRS, deposit refund system, is an initiative taken by government of Uttarakhand. How they have used QR code system for collecting back the PET bottles. So this is a collection model. So international case studies where waste banks are there, where each community member will deposit. So in India, every generator had an issue because they are not in the complete supply chain pattern where they do segregate, but they're not earning any money or a credit for it. So waste banks can be a better option where every locality ULB can be used as a waste bank, collection efficiency. And there are Singapore packaging agreement, which has been given for the design purpose. So these are some transformational reforms in waste management and recovery. So extended producer responsibility, carbon finance is a very important and financial tool which can be useful for construction and initiating market for recycling and solid waste management. Deposit refund system for collection process, and EU battery transport or product for the data transparency of material involving in any material. So for example, municipalities such as Indore has been getting credits for its recycling of plastic, and it has already been rewarded as a carbon credit. So next, material covered under EPR in India. So far, there are 6 EPR which have been working in a very manner. And due to EPR, the recycling market is getting uplifted, and there are many players who want to be in part of this. And the new guidelines for EPR will be for plastic, and we request that the EPR should include many more material which has been not the part of EPR right now. So what is the way forward? The phase 1, we are expecting that zero mix waste target should be there. Standard for specific recycling material should be there for the generated perspective. Phase 3, every product must be recyclable. Market preparedness and product recyclability data should be presented. And phase 4, the state-specific recycling and segregation target should be there. Because in India, there are only, as per the landscape, there are few cities who have the capacity to recycle, but there are many cities who have the material but are unable to process and do the recycling. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Deepika, giving this very important presentation. Now I request Mr. Vivek JM from GIZ. Over to you, sir.
So I'm actually standing before your lunch, and it's a mandatory disclaimer before every session, right? So thanks, Chair and Co-Chair and REA for inviting me for this session. So my name is Vivek, and I'm an advisor with GIZ, and I'll be speaking about gender inclusive and transformative approaches on waste management. Quickly briefing. We are part of a project which is funded by the European Union and co-funded by the German Federal Ministry, working closely with the Ministry of Environment on bringing resource efficiency and circular economy, and our focus is textiles, plastics, and e-waste. And we are also part of a project which is also ongoing with the Ministry of Environment, which looks at the marine litter. Again, it's a project funded by the Ministry of Environment Germany, EU, and jointly with the Ministry of Environment in India. So this is just a snapshot, and I will be explaining what are the gender inclusive or transformative approaches. So we were fortunate to work in the EPR portal development, closely working with the Central Pollution Control Board on plastic waste management. And currently we are also working with the Ministry of Environment for the National Dashboard for Plastic Waste Management, and working in the states of Kerala, Tamil Nadu, and Uttar Pradesh. I will be taking 2 case examples on what can be something model that can be demonstrated that can benefit the recyclers for ensuring good quality feedstocks. So my focus majorly will be from the plastic waste plastic waste management. So one of the examples from Kerala, what I want to show here is the Haritha Karmasena, which is actually a women-led model from the state of Kerala, where around 36,000 women workers are involved in ensuring producing good quality materials which get channelized to recyclers, so the recyclable fraction. So this is a livelihood opportunity in the state, and we have done a pilot project in the coastal area of Kerala, looking at how to bring their communities further, how to engage them, bring much more good quality materials which can be channelized to the recyclers, and some kind of EPR benefits can be brought in. So we try to bring in a lot of stakeholders, including the urban local bodies. So this is just a visual infographic for your reference on what we try to understand, what we try to develop in the project. And a couple of aspects which we try to build is that we need to bring a community upliftment, trying to increase the digital tools, knowledge and e-literacy so that the waste traceability and tracking is crucial, which also builds in the transparency aspect which we all are talking about. And finally, complying to the regulatory perspectives as per the rules in the country. So I'll just briefly mention what was done in this ward. So we try to bring in, working with the women groups, we try to bring a intersectional and participatory model where we try to address the current social construct and bringing ownership for the projects. We try to give capacity building on using digital tools on how to track and monitor the waste that is getting collected, that is getting channelized, and use of digital devices and use of digital payment services, which we are trying to advocate in the country. So basically the project tried to bring in a lot of holistic perspectives, trying to map and integrate the perspectives, trying to bring in the regulatory perspective as well as looking in the social elements. And this is another project which we are working closely with the government of Tamil Nadu for managing fishing nets. So fishing nets, last year, the Central Pollution Control Board had come out with guidelines for establishing fishing net recycling centers across the coastal region, the states having the coastal areas. And we were fortunate to work on a pilot project in Tamil Nadu in the Pachanambakam beach area to try to recycle the fishing nets, and this is one of the projects that is now going to be scaled up that we are looking at. So here also the community engagement comes as a crucial aspect. And this is another model for ensuring, this is again textile waste. How do you ensure good quality textile waste comes, and how can it be channelized to the recycling cluster? So this is a model that we are trying to pilot in the state of Tamil Nadu. So working, a major focus that we look into is that we try to bring in the MSME sector so that their demands are met, what kind of skilling, capacity building is required. That is some focus that we are going to look in the projects that I just mentioned. And here it's a big slide. I will just summarize only 2 or 3 aspects from here. So one is about the data and traceability. That is something that we need to link at an individual level, at a community level, at an industry level, and at a state and a country national level, which the national dashboards, which we have for EPR, helping us a lot in that. And most importantly, skilling is another aspect that is very much important, that even a lot of discussions are going that skilling and capacity building has to become mainstream in the waste management sector, and the integration of formal and informal that comes over there. And before concluding, I will just stress on this slide because this is one of the crucial slides that I would like to stress upon. While we try to build up livelihoods and communities based on waste management, it's important that we have to align and what are the opportunities within the country. So in this, I will stress the 2 points which are highlighted. One is the job creation and skilling aspect, which a lot of schemes are there, and MSME schemes, which has also come out in this budget, really would help us in driving the transformations further. And lastly, the extended producer responsibility is really a tool that the recyclers are really benefiting, and it has to be used in a very appropriate manner so that the recycling fraternity can enhance their operations and much benefits can be there. And I'll be happy to have the further discussions during lunch, and I will stop over here because I think that's better for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Vivek ji. Now I hand over mic to Dr. Praveen Bhargav.
I am thankful to all these speakers. They have given very insightful and knowledgeable presentation. One thing which I just want to clarify regarding Dr. B. Sen Gupta, Rule 9, actually most of the recyclers are knowing the only rules which are published by Central Pollution Control Board. Rule 9 is a tool for any type of industry. If they identify some waste which can be recycled and reused by them, then they can submit their standard operating procedure to Central Pollution Control Board, and then if they verify their SOP, then it is a recognized recycling system. It means that if today there is certain hazardous waste in your industry, by regulating through Central Pollution Control through standard operating procedure, you can reuse that hazardous waste into a usable component. Thank you.
Thank you very much to all of you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. And now let's move ahead with our felicitation ceremony. I kindly request Dr. R.B. Lal to please felicitate Mr. Bhuvan Purohit. Can we have once again big round of applause? Thank you so much. Once again, I request Dr. R.B. Lal to please felicitate Ms. Asuri Deepika. Thank you so much. Now I kindly request Dr. Praveen Bhargava, please felicitate Mr. Vivek JM. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Next, I request once again Dr. Praveen to please felicitate Dr. V. Sengupta. Thank you so much. Now I request Mr. R.K. Bansal to please felicitate Dr. R.B. Lal. जोरदार तालियां.
Valentine's Day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Let's have a group picture. So after lunch, we have session 3. So thank you so much. And please join us after lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Very much. Thank you, my
First time I'm seeing the SBTI and CDPP documented. It's a lot. Nicely conducting the So I think so that I'll connect my team and check it for because we are starting a project on e-mail discovery of high value plastic. So we are also okay. That's all your plastic is divided in three and acid, but this is PCB is 3% and plastic is like 8%. That's why I think let's schedule it for next week. Would it be okay? This week to Friday we have to give it to the so we are just with that. But I think my colleague, yeah, actually, but my colleague who is looking at this project, she's actually, I can check with her and everything. Yes, I'll check with her. Great. Dr. Reva Prakash, she has been working on Goa for quite some time now. Yeah, exactly. So there was the project I couldn't hold much, so that I'm part of. As it now, this is a kind of workshop.
Ross Murta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Ross Murta Technologies has emerged as a driving force in the automotive technology landscape. Meet Karn and Karthik are visionary leaders who have transformed Ross Murta into a tech powerhouse. Ross Murta operates across 5 core areas: identification, compliance services, connected electronics, vehicle care and sustainability, identification solutions, high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security, smart card-based DL plus RC solutions, over 200 million cards issued, revolutionizing identification in India, microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security, compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks, precision without human intervention, RTO services, streamlining the customer journey, connected electronics, intelligent transport management systems, ITMS, revolutionizing public transport, logistics and more, Sensorize, leading in embedded subscriber identity module, eSIM. Vehicle Care offers comprehensive services including repairs, automated inspection, accessories, and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility, RVSF, streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, Ross Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency, pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Ross Murta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Ross Murta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility.
Women's vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a sunrise industry and we have a head start. We have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for the battery recycling. The first facility which we have put up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass. And our shredding plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally. Our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on one country capabilities, be very, very uncomfortable for everybody else. And that is where the opportunity lies. And we see a tremendous growth for ourselves, not only in India, but in Western world also.
From the cathodic black mass, we can extract all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel, manganese, cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide, and LMFP, which is another version of the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Factory embodies the essence of what Rubabin is, which is an expert in hydrometallurgy technology. We have extended it to a battery black mass. Rubabin, as a company, has been supplying chemicals across the globe. We source from almost every continent, and we supply to every continent. We have over 300 customers in our portfolio for various chemicals, and battery is going to be no different, where we will be able to fulfill not only the product requirements, but also the documentation, the statutory approvals, the transit requirements, which are increasingly more in these kind of products. Each customer in battery is going to have his own patented technology, wanting a specific profile of the product. And I think Rubabin is completely fit to deliver that quality based on its past performance and not just about a promise to do that.
There is a continuous research happening because we are in the waste recycling industry. Our feeds are not consistent. So based on our bench scale experimentation and subsequent piloting, we are able to develop processes and take that process into the commercial plant. Even we report our sustainability numbers. We report our carbon emission in the production of our product. And we have taken target of LCA for all our products in the catalyst recycling as well as in the lithium-ion battery recycling.
So when our customers from Japan and from Europe and from USA or suppliers, they visit us, they are very, very surprised because they have an impression about the Indian facilities, the way the safety standards or environment standards or even plain simple look of the plant. They get very, very surprised. And we do get compliments that probably this is the best facility we have seen anywhere in the world. Yeah. Which is very, very heartening and which is what motivates keep doing this, because there is a risk of doing it well. You know, the only risk, it can become expensive plant. And we have realized that it is not necessarily expensive. In fact, doing it right in the long term would be cheaper.
Rosmerta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Rosmerta Technologies has emerged as a driving force in the automotive technology landscape. Meet Karn and Karthik are visionary leaders who have transformed Rosmerta into a tech powerhouse. Rosmerta operates across 5 core areas: identification, compliance services, connected electronics, vehicle care and sustainability, identification solutions, high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security, smart card-based DL plus RC solutions, over 200 million cards issued, revolutionizing identification in India, microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security, compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks, precision without human intervention, RTO services, streamlining the customer journey, connected electronics, intelligent transport management systems, ITMS, revolutionizing public transport, logistics and more, Sensorize, leading in embedded subscriber identity module, eSIM. Vehicle Care offers comprehensive services including repairs, automated inspection, accessories, and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility, RVSF, streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, Ross Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency, pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Rosmerta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility.
Firm's vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a sunrise industry and we have a head start, we have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for the battery recycling. The first facility which we have put up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass. And our shredding plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally. Our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on one country capabilities, we very, very uncomfortable for everybody else. And that is where the opportunity lies. And we see a tremendous growth for ourselves, not only in India, but in Western world also.
From the cathodic black mass, we can extract all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel manganese cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide, and LMFP, which is another version of the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Factory embodies the essence of what Rubamin is, which is an expert in hydrometallurgy technology. We have extended it to a battery black mass. Rubamin, as a company, has been supplying chemicals across the globe. We source from almost every continent, and we supply to every continent. We have over 300 customers in our portfolio for various chemicals, and battery is going to be no different, where we will be able to fulfill not only the product requirements, but also the documentation, the statutory approvals, the transit requirements, which are increasingly more in these kind of products. Each customer in battery is going to have his own patented technology, wanting a specific profile of the product. And I think Rubamin is completely fit to deliver that quality based on its past performance and not just about a promise to do that.
There is a continuous research happening because we are in the waste recycling industry. Our feeds are not consistent. So based on our bench scale experimentation and subsequent piloting, we are able to develop processes and take that process into the commercial plant. Even we report our sustainability numbers. We report our carbon emission in the production of our product. And we have taken target of LCA for all our products in the catalyst recycling as well as in the lithium-ion battery recycling.
So when our customers from Japan and from Europe and from USA or suppliers, they visit us, they are very, very surprised because they have an impression about the Indian facilities, the way the safety standards or environment standards or even plain simple look of the plant. They get very, very surprised. And we do get compliments that probably this is the best facility we have seen anywhere in the world. Yeah. Which is very, very heartening and which is what motivates keep doing this, because there is a risk of doing it well. You know, the only risk, it can become expensive. And we have realized that it is not necessarily expensive. In fact, doing it right in the long term would be cheaper.
Cross-Merta, a name synonymous with pioneering mobility solutions, with a history deeply rooted in innovation and an unwavering commitment to excellence. Cross-Merta Technologies has emerged as a driving force in the automotive technology landscape. Meet Karn and Karthik are visionary leaders who have transformed Cross-Merta into a tech powerhouse. Rosmerta operates across 5 core areas: identification, compliance services, connected electronics, vehicle care and sustainability. Identification solutions: high security registration plates, HSRP, a tamper-proof solution for national security. Smart card-based DL plus RC solutions, over 200 million cards issued, revolutionizing identification in India. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks, precision without human intervention. RTO services, streamlining the customer journey. Connected electronics, intelligent transport management systems, ITMS, revolutionizing public transport, logistics and more. Sensorize, leading in embedded subscriber identity modules. Vehicle Care offers comprehensive services including repairs, automated inspection, accessories and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility, RVSF, streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, Ross Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency. Pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Rosmerta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility.
Means vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a sunrise industry and we have a head start. We have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for the battery recycling. The first facility which we have put up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass. And our shredding plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally. Our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on one country capabilities, we very, very uncomfortable for everybody else. And that is where the opportunity lies. And we see a tremendous growth for ourselves, not only in India, but in Western world also.
From the cathodic black mass, we can extract all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel manganese cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide, and LMFP, which is another version of the lithium iron phosphate batteries. Factory embodies the essence of what Rubabin is, which is a expert in hydrometallurgy technology. We have extended it to a battery black mass. Rubabin as a company has been supplying chemicals across the globe. We source from almost every continent and we supply to every continent. We have over 300 customers in our portfolio for various chemicals, and battery is going to be no different, where we will be able to fulfill not only the product requirements, but also the documentation, the statutory approvals, the transit requirements, which are increasingly more in these kind of products. Each customer in battery is going to have his own patented technology, wanting a specific profile of the product. And I think Rubabin is completely fit to deliver that quality based on its past performance and not just about a promise to do that.
There is a continuous research happening because we are in the waste recycling industry. Our feeds are not consistent. So based on our bench scale experimentation and subsequent piloting, we are able to develop processes and take that process into the commercial plant. Even we report our sustainability numbers. We report our carbon emission in the production of our product, and we have taken target of LCA for all our products in the catalyst recycling as well as in the lithium-ion battery recycling.
So when our customers from Japan and from Europe and from USA or suppliers, they visit us, they are very, very surprised because they have an impression about the Indian facilities, the way the safety standards or environment standards or even plain simple look of the plant. They get very, very surprised. And we do get compliments that probably this is the best facility we have seen anywhere in the world, which is very, very heartening and which is what motivates keep doing this, because there is a risk of doing it well. The only risk, it can become expensive plant. And we have realized that it is not necessarily expensive. In fact, doing it right in the long term would be cheaper.
tamper-proof over 200 million cards issued, revolutionizing identification in India. Microdots, tiny markers for added vehicle security. Compliance services, automated testing stations and driving testing tracks, precision without human intervention. RTO services, streamlining the customer journey. Connected electronics, intelligent transport management systems, ITMS, revolutionizing public transport, logistics and more. Sensorize, leading in embedded subscriber identity module, eSIM. Vehicle Care offers comprehensive services including repairs, automated inspection, accessories and insurance. My Rasta has earned the trust of 10,000 plus satisfied customers as a top car service destination in the country. Sustainability. Registered Vehicle Scraping Facility, RVSF, streamlining solution for safe disposal and profitable recycling. Diesel exhaust fluid, Ross Blue, essential solution for emission compliance and vehicle efficiency. Pollution under control, PUC, revolutionizing pollution control with seamless online testing and real-time alerts. Our transformative journey positions Rosmerta as a market leader in every industry we are in. We are driven by a clear vision to explore new horizons and shape a future where technology transforms lives. We at Rosmerta are driving innovations and connecting future in mobility.
Yes, everyone, please settle down. We are starting with our session 3. I kindly request all of you please take your seats. We are all set to begin with our session 3.
Superman's vision for the battery recycling, because it is such a size industry and we have a head start, we have a track record of extraction, which we believe is the centerpiece for battery recycling. The first facility which we have up here is designed to take 7,500 tons black mass, and our shred plant is already designed for 10,000 tons battery shredding. Because the volumes are going to be enormous within India and internationally. Our vision is by 2030, we anticipate one plant at least 2x or 3x of the present size coming up in India. And we also believe that we will be putting one facility in international market, mainly in Europe or USA. The reason for going global in battery recycling, both the gigafactory capacities and the EV penetration has happened more in Western world, and those feed will be available earlier in time. And that is why a societal need, which we think we should be able to fill up better than many companies globally. India or the Western world, they have two choices. One is to depend on Chinese capabilities or to create facilities and partnerships outside. We believe that depending on
I kindly request everyone please take your seats.
Very, very uncomfortable for everyone.
We are already running short of time. Please, I kindly request everyone please take your seats.
Not only in India, but in
Then only we can start with our
From the cathodic black mass, we
session
can extract
number 3.
all the metals successfully from a variety of battery chemistries, which includes lithium iron phosphate, NMC, which is nickel manganese cobalt, LCO, which is lithium cobalt oxide.
Kindly settle down. Please take your seats. Kindly settle down, everyone. I request. तो चलिए आगे बढ़ते हैं and let's start. रचना Mr. Bhatia, Rajendra Prasad. सब है? Announce. Okay. We are waiting for few of our guests to join us. We will proceed with session 3. सब आ गए? So let's start with session 3, everyone. And to chair this session, I kindly request Mr. R.A. Bansal, Director, REII, to please join us over here. Can we have big round applause, everyone? And to co-chair this session, I request Mr. Raman Sharma, Exigo Recycling, kindly join us. Mr. Raman Sharma. जोरदार तालियां हो जाए. Thank you so much. Now I can request Mr. Karthik V. Nagpal, Rosemata or Recycling Limited to please join us.
Like the informal sector, modern ELV recycling ensures a structured, environment-friendly process. This process involves preparation, dismantling, processing, and dispatch, all while ensuring the safe handling of hazardous fluids like battery coolant, fuel, and engine oil. The use of advanced techniques like shredding, baling, and compounded by higher costs of those feedstocks. This demand-supply mismatch results in extremely unviable costs for feedstock and low feedstock today, because if this problem of low feedstock is solved, everything else is also going to be solved. Because of the low volumes, we are not able to, have the allied infrastructure around RVSF to develop. Once the volume there, all the allied infrastructure for spare parts sales, for refurbishers, everything else will also come up. But that is only because once the volumes are there. Now, one of the big challenges for low feedstock is that there is no age definition of life vehicles. In Delhi NCR, there is an age of 10 and 15 years because of EPCA rules. Across India, there is no age that has been defined for end-of-life vehicles. What the government process states is that we're going to have the private vehicles go through the fitness test of the automatic testing stations, right? After 15 years. If they fail, they will have a month to do all the repair and maintenance and then again come back to the automatic testing stations to ensure they can pass this test. Only if they fail the second test are they defined as an ELV, and that is when they have to recycle their car. Now, unfortunately, the ATS infrastructure is not fully developed in India. We are supposed to over 700 ATSs, one per district across India. I think this year we are going to end up with only 200. So if the RVSF industry is dependent for end-of-life vehicles from the ATS industry, which is underdeveloped, we are in for another couple of years. So that is one of the biggest problems that we are facing. Now, second big problem that we are facing is of inflated EL volume projections. Now, as a business, if I do not understand that this area is going to result into these many vehicles, then how am I going to solve a business case?